I think I can say in all modesty that collaboration in the past at least 20 years has been very fruitful, and that together we have been able to influence that EU agenda, whether we're talking about chemicals or machinery safety, all of those topics that we will not be talking about today, but it has been impactful, and I'm very happy about that. So today we venture into a relatively new part or dimension of occupational health and safety, at least at the EU level, of course not at the national level, but you know that on psychosocial risk there is little or no European acquis. And that's what we are going to be talking about today. So we're going to put some important questions on the table. Because this is a relatively new domain, let's, to begin with, try to understand what are we actually talking about? What are these psychosocial risks, which sometimes seem something very far away, but actually they're very close and they're present in all workplaces, I dare to say. Are there good practices out there at the level of member states, at the level of certain sectors of industries that can inspire EU action in this domain? But I think we also need to dare to ask a question: why do we even need to be looking at the EU level with regard to psychosocial risk? Some are arguing that we can just leave this to the member states, right? So why this discussion is needed at the EU level? Let's put all these questions on the table today so that we can start building a narrative and indeed influence the EU agenda. Before I hand over to Demi Theodori, our head of unit on occupational health and safety, just my wish is that this will be really an interactive event today. So we've tried to have an agenda that is not too packed, so that many of you, ideally all of you, of course, but many of you can also take the floor during the Q&A. And let's agree on the two-hand intervention scenario. You wait for the Q&A, except if you raise your two hands. That means that you need to intervene immediately, and then we will give you the floor. Let's see if it works. Some practicalities. There are lists out there, participation lists. We need you to register that. That's linked to our funding, etc. There is interpretation, as you've seen, French, Spanish, and Italian. And finally, don't forget to switch your phones back on when you leave the room afterwards. Demi, I'm going to hand over to you to kick it off for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Demi Theodori, Head of Working Conditions and Health and Safety at the European Trade Union Institute. It's a big pleasure to have you here today with us. We are here to talk about an issue that affects millions of workers in almost all workplaces across Europe. These are the work-related psychosocial risks. We talk about job insecurity, stress, burnout, harassment. These are not just abstract concepts. They are real, and they can have a lasting impact on people's well-being and their ability to work. And we're here to talk also about what happens when we don't act. While workers risk losing their health and their income, and employers also face increasing amounts of challenges, both financial and organizational. And the society pays also a price in terms of reduced well-being and reduced productivity. That's why it is so important to have this conversation. We will begin this morning with a keynote address from Esther Lynch, the General Secretary of the European Trade Union Confederation, who will speak about why we need, or about a EU directive, dedicated EU directive on psychosocial risks as a part of the broader quality jobs package. And as the day unfolds, we will hear more from researchers, policy experts, and trade union representatives. We will look at how the psychosocial risks at work can be defined, how they can be measured, what happens on the ground. And yes, that's later we will look at how they are addressed, and we will also take a closer look at the real costs of inaction. Towards the end of the day, as Bart said, we would like to have an interactive discussion with all of you to reflect what we have learned, where we can go from here. So without further delay, I'm very happy to hand this over to Esther Lynch to officially open today's program with her keynote speech. Esther, the floor is yours.
Got to be very careful not to fall off this ledge.
I'm having you back.
That's a good way to start the week. Good morning. Today is a call for decisive, transformative action. Action to place psychosocial risks, workers' mental health at the centre of the current debate on quality jobs. We want a robust directive to be part of the quality jobs roadmap this year. And today is a kick-off for all of you to join with us in our campaign to make that a reality. And the reason we need that is because the world of work is changing rapidly, profoundly, and permanently. Digitalization, AI, platform work, green transition, they're all reshaping how we work, how we live. But while these transformations do offer lots of opportunities, can make work better, can make it less tedious, can make our lives better, can solve a lot of problems for us, but they also bring new dangers. Chief among them are the increasing psychosocial risks, stress, burnout, anxiety, harassment, alienation, isolation, and emotional exhaustion. It used to be the case that in a working day, you do some filling in form, you do some easy tasks because you knew what they were, because you'd come up with solutions lots and lots of times. And then maybe you'd have to deal with one or two angry customers. But now AI is going to do all the easy work, anything that's predictable, anything that you can expect to happen, anything to which there's already an answer. AI is going to show up as your lazy workmate. And instead of that, workers are going to be left with all the difficult tasks, all the ones to which there are no known solutions, all of the tasks to which angry customers need to have solutions because the easy ones weren't available through the chatbot. So we know that the psychological load at work in the world of work in the future is going to be heavier. And that's why it's so important that our health and safety expert community, which all of you are part of helping us understand what are the changes that we need to secure. Because we need to be clear that psychosocial risks aren't abstract. They're very real, very damaging, and disturbingly widespread across all sectors, from warehouses to hospitals, offices to classrooms. Workers across Europe are struggling under relentless workloads, toxic management cultures, over-monitoring, over-surveillance, job insecurity, and the constant pressure to do more, often with a lot less. Psychosocial risks must be used as an organizational issue rather than an individual's fault. Psychosocial risks must be tackled in the same structured and organized way as other occupational safety risks. Psychosocial risks are preventable and predictable in the same way all other risks are. Yes, it includes physical working conditions too, high noise, poor lighting, inadequate ventilation, ergonomic issues. They can all add to work-related stress. Excessive workload and job insecurity double down on that. Work-life balance, the inability to exercise your right to disconnect, unpredictable hours, the worry of trying to manage between managing the childcare, getting to work on time, and then with a lot of exceptional workloads. All of these also compound the situation. But I wanted to take the opportunity to talk a little bit about ethical stress. Ethical stress, I think, has a large role in the work shortages in a lot of the caring professions. Ethical stress occurs when workers are forced into situations when they cannot act in accordance with their values and their professional ethics. Take, for example, elder care workers who were forced to cut corners in relation to the treatment of elderly people that they were seeing. They were forced to only wash their feet once a week, not to have time to talk to them, to see more and more people within the time. And thinking of nurses who don't have time to spend with a scared patient, a teacher not able to spend the time with a struggling student. Those workers go home every day with the knowledge that they weren't able to do the job that they wanted to do and that they needed to do, simply because of the way in which the work is organised, and the amount of work that they're required to do doesn't allow them to do it. And day in, day out, they know going to work tomorrow, it's going to be the same. Going to work the next day, it's going to be the same. And I think that toll is having such a large burden on people that I think that's one of the key contributors to the amount of workers who are leaving the health, caring and teaching professions. Now, the EU has always been a standard setter for workers' rights, and including health and safety rights. It's one of the most valuable pieces of law for the world is the precautionary principle within the EU treaty. We often take it for granted in Europe, but because of it, we managed to protect so many people from accidents, illnesses, injuries, and deaths. But we need now to lead the way on mental safety. We need a directive that sets binding obligations on employers to identify psychosocial risks through proper risk assessments with the involvement of workers and trade unions. A directive that ensures preventative measures, not just reactive fixes, not just wellness programs. A directive that enforces accountability, not vague guidance, and yes, a directive that explicitly recognises the organisation of work as one of the causes of stress, psychosocial unwellness. It's not just a matter of rights, it's a matter of justice and economic sense. Mental health-related absences and presenteeism cost billions of euros a year. Poor psychosocial conditions lead to burnout, the loss of talent, and create less productive work and less innovation. And poor work is the true drag on competitiveness, not the standards that protect quality work and health and safety rights. Colleagues, put it simply, the time is now. The quality jobs package must be more than words on paper. It must be a blueprint for safe, decent and sustainable work for all, including a directive on psychosocial risks, not just a technical policy decision. It's a statement of values. It says that Europe believes in dignity at work, not just in theory, but in practice. If we're serious about creating quality jobs in the European Union, then we need to be serious that mental health is a part of that. It's not an option, it's an obligation under the EU treaty. So let's work together, the ETUI, the ETUC, our unions, our members, the health and safety community. Let's set ourselves the task that by the end of this year, we will have a commitment from the EU to deliver a directive on psychosocial risks as part of the quality jobs package. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do I stay or do I go back?
I think we can have take some questions. Is there?
For sure.
Who can I give the floor?
It's always hard.
People, it's very early in the morning.
Very hard to be the first. Nyla. No.
No? Yes, but
Thank you so much. I was expecting a queue of questions, but it is still early in the morning. This is not working, I think, but it is working. Okay. So just what I said when I opened is that it's early days, I believe, on this topic. Yeah, there is no EU acquis for the moment, even though we will hear during the day that there are some initiatives already, of course, out there. Just wondering, Esther, in your exchanges with employers, with the European Commission, the European Parliament, the other actors on the scene, let's say, what is your intuition, your impressions with regard to how this idea can take hold and grow? Is it a utopia? Is it something real? Is it going to happen? Where does it stand at this point? That was my question.
I think that we managed to include the foundation for the idea in Ursula von der Leyen's speech, original speech, where she talked about mental health, and she said including in the workplace. So there is a growing understanding that mental health is showing up as a work-related issue. The risk we have is that the employers want to talk about it as something that's to do with the individual. That, of course, that they say, of course the workplace can help people who are suffering from stress, as if the suffering from stress has nothing to do with the workplace. So I think that the important piece for our work is to ground very, very clearly the understanding that work causes stress. Work creates burnout. It's the conditions of work, and that simply because some people can cope with this stressful environment doesn't mean that the psychological load is safe. We don't say simply because one person can lift a very heavy load all day long, that's a safe load to lift. So we have to think about it the same for the mental health load. What's a safe amount to lift? We also know, and I think it would be very helpful if the research community can help with bringing a greater understanding of how toxic work cultures compound a stressful day at work. That you can that if you're dealing with difficult tasks, if the consequence of making a mistake is severe, that's different than if you're dealing with a difficult task where it's accepted that people make mistakes. And I worry about that because what I notice more and more is quite poor management, and it's management by fear. So that people are kept in a constant situation of being fearful if they make a mistake, fearful that they'll be put on a list not for promotion, or if there's going to be job redundancies that they'll be first on the list, and I think that particular go-to tool by too many managers is an additional burden if you have a complicated, stressful, if you work in a stressful environment. And then finally on that, I think all these apps. So I'm going to be traveling and I'll be booking into a hotel, and you book in the hotel. By the time you get up to a bedroom, something comes up on your phone. How was your check-in? Was it smiley? Was it, sad face, happy face? And the consequence of that with the customer, with the idea that the customer is always right, I think that is also creating a culture of like a workplace where there's just over evaluation and monitoring by an unknown standard, whatever mood that person is in, whatever, like in my everyday life, I meet people who just take a dislike to me. I don't really know why, but they do you know? And so I think if I was working behind a desk, out of 10 people, 3 of them are just going to give me an unhappy face no matter what I did. And do I have to be happy all the time in my job, So I think that this rate my, that rating system, and if you have a rating system within a culture of if you make a mistake, the consequences are severe, it's easy to see how that would create a very difficult day at work for somebody, a very difficult day. So I think that the way in which work is being evaluated, the way in which the culture is also playing a large role, as well as the deadlines that you can't meet. If you're driving a truck and you have a deadline that if you don't deliver the goods on time, then you won't get paid, or you won't get your bonus, or that the way in which you get paid will be a lot less. And then you have roadworks in front of you, like your stress is just going to go off the, so it's just that because of this, I think when the sciences they called it this extreme efficiency. I think extreme efficiency means that there's no wriggle room, there's no space for something to go wrong, there's no space for anybody to take a breath or go to the loo or have a cough, or that like this extreme efficiency is creating also conditions that are very stressful, because the people who have to live out that extreme efficiency are the workers, and they do it all day every day.
So that was a nice long answer.
Sorry, I'll do a shorter one next.
It was a very nice long answer.
Bonjour, en français.
Wait.
French.
Yes.
I have it. I had it there.
Yes, you have it. No stress. No
I've
stress.
left it there.
I left it here.
It's here.
Thank you, Nacho.
Merci beaucoup pour.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Jean-Michel Glisser from the Renault company. I'd like to intervene on this. This is a topic which is a concern to us, and we've done a lot through our agreements to see how we could really frame this psychosocial risk, which is really important to us. There are two ideas I would like to touch upon. First, we need to look at the value chain to put it in perspective. Indeed, you talked about the notion of ethical stress, which is very interesting to us. We feel concerned when we are asked to put a pressure on our subcontractors, on our suppliers. If we put pressure on them, it means that we have goals related to deadlines, but also it's cost related. And against our values, we know we're going to induce stress for colleagues who belong to other companies. And we are not all on an equal footing. I mean, large companies that have elected representatives, that have trade unions that work properly, they can put in place some actions related to psychosocial risks. And this is not the same for smaller companies or very small businesses. And so I think that, well, it's really relevant to really put this directive in place. I also have a question. I mean, when you look at the difficulty, I mean, if you look at directive on social dialogue on EWCs, when you see how difficult it has been to really implement it, and, we are really involved, but how can we put pressure on the MEPs, but also on the European Commission in order for this directive to be really implemented and to come into force? And there is another important issue, the burnout issue. When we talk about this in France, we say the medical sector cannot define it properly. We're talking about stress, about work overload, but burnout, I mean, it's not defined in a medical jargon. Maybe we should also see how we can describe it and define it in medical terms, because, I mean, when people are facing a burnout, I mean, it's a medical condition. So how could we also define this very severe disease? Thank you.
So there's going to be experts who are going to go into the definitions, so I'm not going to bluff my way through that. So, but as a lawyer, I can say definitions are hugely important. And where I wanted to take up, though, was your question, which was about how how can we be confident if we do all of this that we can succeed? And I think that the first hurdle we have at the moment is a growing almost despair that we can win fights within a European Parliament where the majority are the centre or the centre right or the far right, and where the same majorities are in the council. And that even if we get a strong thing from the Commission, like a strong proposal from the Commission, can we win it? And my view on that is that we have a responsibility to succeed. That the workers out there, the people who represent them, and what stands between them and stress and burnout is us. So we have to raise ourselves to the challenge, and we have to do whatever we need to do to be able to win that directive. And I think that's why discussions such as this one, everybody coming together, getting clearer about what we're looking for so that we, getting clearer about explaining the necessity of it. But I think that we will need not just to lobby inside the Parliament, not just to lobby at national level, but I think we also need to work with employers to get them to come with us on the journey, because not all employers are against health and safety at work. A lot of employers understand the value of it, and I think bringing those employers who will support a directive and who understand the value of having a level playing field, so that decent employers are not put into competition against those employers who want to compete on the basis of stress and burnout. That's what it is. That's what they would be competing on. So to level the playing field, to make sure that workers' health and safety is not how companies are trying to get competitive advantage, either within Europe or in the world. I think that would be should be our key direction of travel in relation to our activities. So to maintain a strong presence in the Parliament, to make sure that parliamentarians are with us. And I know Estelle is going to be with you today. And I know Estelle will be a strong advocate within the EMPL committee, that she will certainly be supporting our demands. I think that we can find some employers who will stand with us as well. And then I also think we have to do what workers have always had to do. Nothing was ever given to us easily. We've always had to campaign strongly. We have to mobilize, we have to organize, and we have to bring this demand into every trade union discussion. We have to mainstream it within the trade union movement. And we have to make sure that everybody knows when they're asked, what is the trade union movement looking for in the quality jobs package? Everybody says, we're looking for a directive on work-related stress. And every worker should feel confident to be able to make that argument. And that's our job, is to make it easy to understand and easy to communicate so that everybody is comfortable in doing that. And I see these events and the work of the ETUI and Giulio and Nacho in the Health and Safety Committee to be the front of the arrow in relation to that work.
Thank you very much. So I see one. We do well. Can we take another question? A very short one, yes. Yes, please. Dominique there. Okay, good.
Yes, good morning. And thank you very much, Esther, for this introduction. And also thank you for mentioning the middle management, which is very important for us, since we should not forget that these people are the ones that are what we say in French, entre l'enclume et le marteau, so between the rock and the hard place. And this is why it makes their role very delicate. I would like also to mention 2 words referring to what Bart just said, about the employers at the European level. So there are 2 important things, and this is why the work of ETUI is very, very important for us. The first thing is the cost. And of course, there has been many studies on how much it costs not to put in place measures to prevent these risks for the employers. And the second one, and this is where the employers keep repeating to the Commission, is that the countries where there is a legislation seem to be not very efficient. So what we need to prove to them is that the legislation where it exists is efficient and it improves the figures. And this is a way also to convince the Commission, because it's the argument that I have been repeating more and more over again.
Thank you, Nela. And then we move on. Mm-hmm.
So, thank you for the introduction. I really like what you said about linking this to the quality jobs agenda, and I think that is the obvious place to place this. I think what I wanted to ask, and I think relating back to the previous comment as well, and of course there has been work that has been ongoing over the past few years, calling for a directive in the area of psychosocial risk. But I think the challenge relates to how we conceptualize and use the term psychosocial risk, work-related stress. Is stress a risk? It's an outcome. It's not a risk. So you see, I think so I think what I want to get to, and I think would like to get a response maybe from you, is what can be done. I mean, the area is so close to what you all relate to. So when we think about workload, mental health, we can all relate to it. You don't have to be an expert to understand it. It's a bit like different from chemicals. You really need technical expertise, including musculoskeletal and so on, other OSH risks. So I think that creates a challenge, because everybody thinks they understand what they're talking about without fully understanding what they're talking about. So what can be done within just the trade union movement alone to help promote that understanding? Because when we are asking for a directive, what are we asking the directive for? I think that is fundamentally important, because if you think about a strategy and a movement almost, what is the movement for? And I think if you can just reflect on that, that'd be really helpful. Thank you.
Sure. So I think that the sessions that coming after me answers exactly those questions. So this is like a perfect movement towards it. But I think for this to work, it's absolutely essential that a trade union in whatever the workplace is can open up and see what are the risks and be able to identify, in the same ways they can for physical risks, can identify and put in place a risk assessment, can work with the employer on the risk assessment, can have conversations, and would know how to bring issues forward in a way that they can be dealt with. But I know that's what the experts are going to do in the next session. But I realise it's the last moment I probably have the floor. So I just really want to thank the ETUI and also my colleagues in the ETUC for continuing in such an effective way, and to see today as a launch for this particular campaign. I very much hope that by the end of the year we're back here discussing the proposal from the Commission on the directive. And I say that hope not in naive hope, but real hope. Like I believe we can do this. It's one that the President of the Commission understands. So we just need to have the energy behind it, build allies, build friends, and come forward with a belief that we can do it. And I think that we will. I do think that. So, but we'll be back at the end of the year anyway, hopefully to
Definitely
the quality job roadmap. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So I'm looking at Bart, who is thinking we are behind the time, and this gives me a lot of stress. But it's not the day to have stress. Well, we are now about to understand what are work-related psychosocial risks, and for this I would like to ask Stavroula Leka and Aditya Jain to join us, as well as Xavier Irastroza, Stavroula Leka is professor at Lancaster University and Aditya Jain, professor at Nottingham University, while Xavier Irastrosa is a senior researcher, project manager at EOSHA. We will start with you, Stavroula and Aditya. The floor is yours. Good morning, everybody. Happy World Day for Health and Safety at Work. It's a pleasure to be here with you, discussing this very important topic of psychosocial risks and the possibility of developing a directive on this topic in the EU. I'm not sure whether the slides are up because we have presentation. Fantastic, right on time. So I'm here with Aditya to discuss and present the findings, the outcomes of a project we conducted for ETUI. That is about developing more clarity on psychosocial risks at work, their impact, not only as concerns health and mental health, because the impacts can vary, but also how they impact jobs, quality of jobs, sustainability of organizations, and the healthiness of our societies overall. And there are other speakers after me in the afternoon who will do exactly that and elaborate on the data that we have. So it's a pleasure to be here with you today. And already, I think, we have had some very nice comments from you on the understanding of these types of issues. And I think that if we are to engage in this debate with employers or indeed with policymakers, with anybody around the development of legislation in this area, we will not be able to do it unless the language we use is consistent. So are we asking for a directive on psychosocial risks, or are we asking for a directive on work-related stress? It's not the same thing. Are we asking for a directive on psychosocial risks or for a directive on burnout? It's not the same thing. Work-related stress and burnout are outcomes of exposure to psychosocial risks at work. And the danger of engaging with employers and asking for a directive on outcomes is that they will, no doubt, focus on the individual level, 100%. Okay. What we need to be doing and be careful about is that we promote the understanding that within the debate of quality jobs, and already as this debate is being understood for many years by employers and other stakeholders, issues such as workload, issues such as the impact of the healthiness of our working conditions on the individual employee and on business outcomes have been there forever. The OECD, in the definition of quality jobs, includes the key concept that one of the key concepts that we find in this area for many years now, since the 70s, of job strain. And Helene will talk about job strain later on and show you the data. So job strain has to do with the level of demands, broadly speaking, we have in our jobs and the level of control we have in our jobs. How can we engage with our jobs in a way that we feel we are capable to do? Okay, and the impact of those, of this balance between the demands and the control. So the OECD, in their definition of quality of jobs, already has included for many years this concept of job strain, which comes from one of the key theories that relate to the psychosocial risks at work, developed by Robert Karasek and Doris Tyrrell in the 70s already. Okay. What I want to say with that is that there is a lot of knowledge out there, and already a lot of these concepts that exist in the literature have been used by policymakers, by economists to show the lovely data. If you go to the OECD, you have all these nice graphs, but also in the area of course, health and safety to show the impact. So in this ETUI project, we were asked to look at the terminology and typologies that are used around this area, to look what on the general evidence of knowledge, what do we know? What are the key theories? What are the key models?
And then what are the tools that we use? Because a lot has to do also with risk assessment, okay? And whether they've been used in everyday practice. And then to develop a definitive list, and you can find the report out there. Okay. Yes.
So I'll quickly run through the methodology. I'm not going to bore you. There's a 250-page report out there if you are if you have the time to read. So basically, in summary, what we did was a scoping review, and the intention was to do a scoping review of all the literature around psychosocial risk, looking at the outcomes, looking at interventions that work, and so on. When we started the project, in discussion with ETUI, we restricted the scope to look at just systematic reviews, meta-analysis, and other scoping reviews in the area. And what was very interesting was that the scale of the evidence that we found was almost, it was a huge challenge to try and synthesize. But what we were looking at primarily was to see how work-related psychosocial risks are defined in the literature, what are the main dimensions in the literature, and what are the main impacts that have been examined. But what was most interesting was to look at the sources. So when ETI asked for the call, they asked us to look at factors, hazards, which has been looked at in the literature quite a lot, impacts and outcomes, lots of research that's been done and synthesized. The WHO, the ILO have published reports on this, which we've been involved in. But I think the most interesting thing was to look at sources. And what the sources reflect are macro context factors, which Stavroula will talk about in a bit more detail. Now, the reason for doing this analysis was to try and, again, as Stavroula said, get a clearer understanding of the terms and understanding of the area. When you look across at national level, across experts, lots and lots of theories exist. And what that does is it confuses people when they're talking about very similar things. So if you think from the perspective of directive, we are actually asking for the same thing, which are interrelated, but not the same thing. And that's the key challenge. And we often seem to feel that we know what we are actually explaining. So we might be saying what we think, but it might be actually understood very differently by other stakeholders. And that is a very unique, I would say, challenge in this specific area. So when we did the review, we identified 7,384 studies which were reviews. This is not just studies. In the last 15, so since 2015, the number of studies, reviews that have taken place in this area is more than all the studies before 2015. That is the amount of new evidence that has been collected in the past years. So what's basically happening is we keep saying over years, we don't know enough. And what has happened is we have almost overdone it in many ways. So it's so much now that you can say, I can't really read so much anymore. And I think that's the challenge. So what we did was we looked at it, screened it. As you can see in the figure there, but we ended up with 784 systematic reviews and a number of what we call graded literature reports from EU OSHA, from Eurofound, and other key organizations which have synthesized this literature. And we use this to develop the framework, and we did a validation exercise as part of this before we published it. And the validation exercise basically looked at discussing the key findings as they emerged from the review with the ETUI psychosocial network in a series of meetings, but also, and as you can see, it asked a number of questions. Was the conceptual framework that was developed clear and understandable? Was it comprehensive enough to cover the different sectors, professions, and so on? Was there anything specific missing? What needed to be improved? And if there were any additional comments to make? What we found was that the conceptualization that was created in the late 90s still remains to be valid. It has been used extensively. It's basically the psychosocial work environment across 10 dimensions. And those 10 dimensions are reflected in all EU guidance and reports, but also by the WHO and ILO. And the WHO mental health guidelines, which were published in 2022, also uses the same typology. And that's what we ended up using. So the key findings also looking at the literature in specific detail around those 10 dimensions and how they're related to different health impact, organizational impact, and also at interventions. Yeah, and I think I already said the rest. I think, and the other thing it is important to highlight here is that we based on the findings, we also updated the typology and added more examples in terms of what are psychosocial hazards and what are. So psychosocial risk, I think, is important to identify is the risk posed by exposure, is the risk is the risk posed by exposure to psychosocial hazards and in the impact it has on health. So the psychosocial risk is the likelihood of harm to someone's health. Where the exposure is to a hazard. And the challenge, of course, with hazard and risk is that in different languages within the EU, it doesn't always translate, which we know is the same for any OSH risk. Now, when we say psychosocial risk factor, we can similarly use the word psychosocial hazard and psychosocial risk factor are similar, but psychosocial risk is not the same as psychosocial risk factor. Apologies for all these words. So what we also found was that the initial conceptualizations, the terminologies didn't obviously include a number of the new forms of employment contracts, gig work, platform work, and also a number of new risks posed by digitalization, automation, AI, and so on. And these were incorporated. A number of, again, you've seen the slide, a number of additional examples based on this was added in the framework. And I'll pass on to Stavros to explain this in a bit more detail and then move on to conclusions. Thanks.
Okay, so just to go back one point here. In the literature, you find 4 terms, I would say. Psychosocial factor. This term is anything that relates to work organization and management in the environment and the interpersonal context of work. When we talk about the psychosocial factor, for example, job control is a psychosocial factor. Working hours is a psychosocial factor. That doesn't mean that they immediately are something negative. When we talk about long working hours, unsociable working hours, overload or underload, because that is also dangerous, depending on who you are. Things like lacking control, issues with interpersonal relationships at work, such as bullying, harassment, then we talk about psychosocial hazards. And the other term that is found in the literature is psychosocial risk factors, as Aditya said. So it's the same thing. And psychosocial risk is the potential of these issues to cause harm in terms of health and safety, because we have a lot of studies that actually show that they can cause accidents or near misses in the workplace, especially in high-risk sectors who have a lot of good quality studies, but also a negative impact on organizations that can extend to society, as Helen will talk about later. So this is the broad figure, and in the report that you have available to you, you will see each of these boxes broken into more detail. So, as Aditya said, the key frameworks that have been used for many, many years now, since the 90s, still hold, and within them we have 10 different dimensions that relate to the psychosocial work environment. Things that have to do with cultures, already you discussed toxic work environments, anything that has to do with that falls here. Job content, the nature of the tasks that we do, whether they're appropriate to the skills. Workload, work pace. We know, for example, that work pace, job intensity, and I think Esther referred to that a little bit earlier, is the number one psychosocial risk in European workplaces and around the world. Work schedule, anything that has to do with working hours and your schedule at work, whether you work shifts, for example. Control, how much control you have over your job, how much say you have over the tasks that are assigned to you in how you do your work. The environment and equipment that is, broadly speaking, the general environment, the physical working environment comes into play here as well. Or in the new jobs, you might be working virtually, let's not forget. And the EU also has published lovely reports on digitalization of virtual work already. interpersonal relationships at work, whether we have the right level of support, communication with our colleagues, with our managers, or whether we have more severe issues that we find, such as bullying, such as harassment, such as workplace violence, our role in the organization, whether it's clear or whether we have ambiguity and conflict within our role, career development issues, and then, of course, the homework interface. So these 10 dimensions still capture the nature of work as it relates to the psychosocial work environment. And then there could be, when we have a negative environment, when we're exposed to psychosocial hazards, they could pose a harm to health, but also to our organizations. At the same time, you will see on the left there that there is a macro context that has an impact on our workplaces. And we have seen it very vividly over the past months, and I would say since January. Okay? So the political context has a huge influence. The social context as well, depending on which country we live in, it has certain characteristics. Economy, the economic context, but also the technological context and ecological. In some countries, for example, we have huge climate issues that are coming on the rise with climate change. All these macro dimensions link to the types of policies that we develop, and hence the debate on the psychosocial risk directive in the EU. The types of policies that we develop, not only for health and safety, social policies, education policies, economic policies, that are all interrelated, that are linked to labor market dynamics, the people that are available at work, who works in which sectors, who are the most vulnerable, where is very important, and then the OSH infrastructure that we have available in each country. So we should not forget that there are other impacts on the work environment as well. Oh, sorry. And you can see, it's just an example here, I won't go through all of them, but if you read the report, as I said, you will find all of this broken down and discussed, and you will find the summary of the literature in relation to all these issues. For example, the technological context, a lot of the discussion now is on digitalization, automation, robotization, AI, climate change, as I said, but also with conflicts that we have around the world, safety and being exposed in a secure environment or not. And all of this relate to the policy context, labor market dynamics, and the OSH infrastructure. Now, what do we know about the interventions that are in place? Well, unfortunately, we don't have the same level of evidence for interventions as we have for the data that show the impact of psychosocial risk on health and organizational performance. The evidence is of variable quality. The problem over the years has been that the evaluation studies that are conducted for interventions might not be the best. Why? Because they're based on medical models like randomized control trials. And this is a standard, gold standard of an intervention study. But that comes from medical literature, where we have a more controlled environment. When you try to implement interventions in a real workplace, things get more challenging, because we enter into power relationship between employers and workers, and it's very difficult to evaluate using the same models. So findings need to be considered within this lens. We do, however, have guidance on different types of interventions, and in the report, you will find them, and you will also find recommendations on what a healthy psychosocial work environment looks like. And that is important. In any debate with the employer, we shouldn't only focus on the bad picture, but also on the positive picture. So how should a healthy workplace look like? You'll find that answer in the report, because there is already a lot of knowledge. So what are the recommendations? I will break those down to research, policy, and practice. For research, the good quality reviews, and Helene will talk about that as well, are those that are essentially meta-reviews, because we have so much evidence, as Aditya said, in this area. So better quality studies and meta-reviews, combining all the evidence together, are important. We need more evidence, though, where we have looking at studies for the changing nature of work, all these new issues, robotization, digitalization, AI. The evidence there is still building, so we need more studies on this in these areas. We need to incorporate, as I said, the new evaluation methods and also showcase positive outcomes, not only the negative picture. And, employers react when there is a business case for them as well. More studies on the macro context, and especially those who are more vulnerable, looking at inequalities, and then evaluation studies of policies themselves. And moving to that, because we're discussing the possibility of developing a directive on psychosocial risks. Already there was a question, I think, from Naila, and I think that is a very important question because, as you will hear later on in the day, the majority of EU member states now have more specific legislation on psychosocial risks that go beyond the framework directive. They do. So there is some learning there that we have not really capitalized on. So we have an ongoing study. I think Zabi might talk about it, that will come out probably next year from EU also, that is comparing 6 countries, and there will be more research from ETUI in this area. We need this knowledge, what is working, what is not working. And also we need to analyze the legislation according to this framework, to these dimensions. How much is included in law and how much is excluded? What is the key evidence that we have there? Obviously, we need to strengthen social dialogue, competencies, also of trade unions, of key stakeholders, and I think others have already talked about that. And we need clarity in the language that we use. This is absolutely essential. You cannot negotiate for a directive if you go and ask for a directive on stress or on psychosocial risk or on mental health. Okay, we need to be absolutely clear about what it is that we want. And of course, we need to improve the OS infrastructure as well, including occupational health services that traditionally are very reactive and are not geared towards prevention. And finally, for practice, as I said, we need to translate all this knowledge in practical tools. Develop competencies and inspection tools. We already have some very nice tools that have been developed by SLIC in Europe and by the ILO. We now have 2 modules specific on psychosocial risks that include interventions that we can discuss with our employers, and again, systematize our knowledge on interventions to ensure that prevention is prioritized, because usually through the wellness programs that are implemented by employers, these are more geared at the individual level and not towards prevention. And in fact, we conducted a study using data from SNR, the study from EUOSA, and the European Working Conditions Survey, and we did find that in those countries where legislation already exists, we have more engagement by employers, more interventions in place, and more interventions geared towards prevention. And I will leave you with that because I think it is.
I think that's
the last
very
point.
important point.
Thank you.
And I thank you, Stavro and Aditya. I will give the floor to you to continue. And because we are a bit late with our program, I suggest we keep the questions for later on. Okay. I think it's an important point you made, that without clear definitions, we cannot go for a directive. And thank you very much. Yeah, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Demi. Well, good morning, everyone. First of all, thanks to the organizers for bringing us together today on such an important day, as Tabrula mentioned, World OSH Day. And it's my pleasure to participate and represent EOSHA in this event. I'll be presenting some of the main findings of the European Survey of Enterprises on new and emerging risks. Before that, I think most of you are familiar with EOSHA, but just wanted to remind what we do, which is about collecting, analyzing, and disseminating information on health and safety at work. We don't carry out legislation or inspection, so I think it's always important to bear this in mind. We're a tripartite agency. We've got representatives from government, employers, and workers in our governing boards, and we work closely together with a network of focal points across all EU member states and beyond. We're a small agency, 65 of us in Bilbao. As I said, I'll be talking about the European Survey of Enterprises on New and Emerging Risks, and this is just one slide with the main methodological features of the survey, which I think is always important to bring it for the context as to see what SNR can tell us and what it cannot tell us, unfortunately. The big research question that SNR is trying to address is precisely that one, how workplaces in Europe are actually managing health and safety in a practical way on a day-to-day basis. We've completed 4 waves of the survey in cycles of 5 years, and today I'll be sharing the findings from the latest wave, which was completed in September last year in 2024, so we can still consider them as fresh data. It's a telephone survey, but we offer respondents the option to complete the survey online, and we see that this has been taken up increasingly over the last few years, particularly in certain countries. We cover all EU member states, plus Iceland and Norway, and Switzerland has covered the survey on their own costs, all 4 waves of SNR. We interview over 40,000 workplaces, employing at least 5 people and across all activity sectors, including public administration. It's very important to define who the respondent is when we talk about a business survey. I mean, it may not be evident. In our case, it's the person who knows best about how health and safety is managed at the workplace. And I'll be coming back to these later just to qualify who this respondent is. The main topics are management of OSH in general. We've got a section on psychosocial risks, and I'm very pleased that Stavroula and Adi were providing definitions and bringing to debate what we're talking about when we talk about psychosocial risks and psychosocial risk factors, so that I can skip. Then worker representation and what the main drivers and obstacles to manage OSH are. Very important, in 2014, the second wave of the survey, we implemented some key methodological changes to the survey so that we could keep it as a stable monitoring tool over time. So we've got already 3 observation points, 2014, 19, and 24. So these are some of the changes that we implemented back in 2014. So I wanted to come back before going into the findings as to who is that person who knows best about health and safety. And as you see there, it's very much driven by business size. When we talk to micro establishments, the respondent, it is usually the owner of the firm, of a manager. That comes really as no surprise. This profile would probably reply to any survey on any topic. But you see, as business size increases, the share of that green color shade is actually decreasing in favor of a more technical profile, which would be a health and safety officer. So again, it's not really surprising. This picture is for the average of the EU27 in 2024, but it's very much the same across most countries and across all waves, actually. So it's quite a stable picture. So the sample sizes, as I said, in 2024, we interviewed over 41,000 establishments, and this is how it pans out by country. You see a few countries in red. In this case, red is good. These are the countries whose national authorities decided to top up the sample size. So they paid for an extra number of interviews. You see there Austria, Germany, Italy, and Slovenia. In exchange of these extra interviews, they could add 2 or 3 questions of national interest for the country. So we have like a master questionnaire, which is the same in every country. And then these 4 countries had 2 or 3 more questions that were of particular interest. You see Switzerland is full in red because, as I said before, we cannot fund the survey in Switzerland. And comparability, as I said before, not only across waves, very important to monitor trends, but also between countries. So let's get into some findings. And I think it's interesting to look at some of the changes between the last 2 waves, 2019 and 2024, particularly when it comes to teleworking, digitalization. And we can see how, not surprisingly, the share of establishments reporting to have employees working from home on a regular basis has increased from 13% in 2019 to 23% in 2024. I think here it's important that rather than looking at the actual numbers, just looking at trends. And I think it comes as no surprise that this share would almost double. And probably it's been higher at some point right after the pandemic, for sure. We're very interested to see how risk assessments covering home workplaces have increased too, from 31% to 48% in 2024. And then you've got some other indicators, some of those highlighted in bold, which were new items in 2024, for instance, whether employees are being consulted on working from home practices, 77% of workplaces reporting to have employees working from home. So it's not all workplaces. Then whether the use of digital technologies is covered in risk assessments, or whether training is provided on routine use of digital technology. So a series of indicators. But then I think we wanted to get started by looking at the main risk factors that are present at the workplace. This picture is for the average of the EU 27, and we're looking at the findings since 2014 in green, 2019 in yellow, orange, and 2024 in blue. I think in general, the picture is quite stable, and we see how the two most frequently reported risk factors are musculoskeletal disorder risk factors, prolonged sitting and repetitive movements of the hand or arm. But of course, we've got some psychosocial risk factor having to deal with difficult customers, patients, pupils. That's the third most frequently reported risk factor, and we tend to see this particularly in service sectors. I wanted to highlight another psychosocial risk factor, and that's time pressure. Even though it's the 7th in the EU27 ranking, this average hides a very diverse picture by country, and I wanted to bring this to the discussion today, because in the Nordic countries and the Netherlands, it's reported by more than 60-70% of workplaces. So we really see a country pattern, some national context that are really driving a very different perception as to time pressure being a risk factor or not. It's also interesting to see how of the different psychosocial risk factors that we identify in the questionnaire, we've got a quarter of our sample, 25% of workplaces that report having none of these psychosocial risk factors, which I think this really poses an issue and raises the question about awareness of what constitutes a psychosocial risk factor. And the share is even higher among the micro and the small workplaces. So I think Stavroula mentioned before the importance of risk assessment. This is the cornerstone of the EU preventive approach. All workplaces should be carrying out a risk assessment, and we see how the average in our sample, it's 76%. It is a high share of establishments that report carrying out regular risk assessments. You see how the country picture changes, and those with darker shades of green report higher shares of establishments carrying out risk assessment. We're very keen on seeing, okay, the 24% of establishments that tell us, no, we don't carry out a risk assessment. We ask them, why is that the case? And there you see the picture broken down by size class. And we see that the main reasons why they don't do it is because either they know the hazards or risks, or they feel there are no major problems. And this is particularly the case for the micro and the small workplaces. This picture is very consistent across time. We've really been seeing very similar figures since 2014 and across country. So again, linking to the reporting of no psychosocial risk factors, also this belief that the hazards are always known or that there are no major problems at work, we can start building a case for lack of awareness that is an issue of concern. So linking psychosocial risks and risk assessments, we have a question asking establishments whether they feel they have enough information to include them in risk assessments. And we see how the picture differs by country. And in the Netherlands, for instance, 80% of establishments carrying out risk assessments tell us that they feel they have enough info to include them in the risk assessments. But at the other end of the spectrum, we've got workplaces in Malta, Bulgaria, Luxembourg saying that, well, it's not really the case for even half of the sample. So in some cases, I really wanted to share with you the breakdown by country to see how these averages really are diverse. Here we're looking at sectors, and we have a question in the survey asking whether establishments have action plans or procedures to prevent psychosocial risks. And we focus on 3 issues: bullying or harassment, which is presented in grey, violence in orange, and work-related stress in blue. If you look at the EU27 average, we see that, and actually for most sectors, it's procedures against bullying or harassment that are most frequently reported. In the case of the EU, it's slightly over 54-55% of establishments tell us they have something against bullying or harassment. It's not really the case for work-related stress. We see that it's less than 40% of establishments. But I think it's interesting to look at the sectors and how, once more, the figures are different. And we have on top human health and social work activities, which I think doesn't really come as a surprise to any of us that they would have more procedures in place. But then we've got some different findings for particular action plans or procedures where it's interesting to look. And I don't have time to extend on this, but just wanted to to share some findings by sector with you. We've got another question, which is on measures to prevent psychosocial risks, and we include 5 measures allowing employees to take more decisions on how to do their job: reorganization of work, confidential counseling, training on conflict resolution, and intervening if excessively long or irregular hours are worked. And these are the findings for 2024 for the average of EU27 by size. And we see that for the micro, the most frequently reported measure is actually giving more autonomy to workers, allowing them to decide how to do their job. As business size increases, we see that confidential counseling and training on conflict resolution are more frequently reported among the largest size classes. So we have a follow-up question on this. To the establishments that report having these measures in place, we ask them whether employees are involved in the definition of these measures. And we feel this picture is a bit concerning. I'm presenting the findings by country and comparing 2019 in orange and 2024 in blue. If we look at the EU27, we see how the share dropped from 61% of establishments down to 55%. It's important to bear in mind that we didn't ask this question to all establishments. We're only asking them to those that told us that they have measures in place. One would expect that when you have measures in place, you would involve employees somehow. And yet we have almost half of those that tell us openly that they're not doing it. So one can question, of course, we cannot ask the establishments how good those measures are. That would be highly subjective. But we ask them whether they involve employees or not, and half of them tell us no. These are active establishments. These are establishments doing something to prevent psychosocial risk, and yet half of them are not involving their employees. And the concerning finding for us is that the shares are decreasing in most countries. So this is really something that I wanted to share with you today. We have an important set of questions on what is motivating establishments actually to manage health and safety, and what is a problem or a challenge. And we see that legislation is the main factor. Having like an obligation, to fulfill legal obligations is actually the main driver across a majority of countries. And this picture, as you see, is very stable through years. I mean, again, I'm showing 2014, 19, and 24. When it comes to barriers, we have the other side of legislation. But I think the main finding here is that barriers are less frequently reported than drivers. And we see that 40% of establishments tell us that the complexity of legal obligation is a difficulty for them to manage health and safety. However, this picture, again, is very diverse by country. We've got countries where this is only reported by 10% of establishments, and other countries where it goes up to 50 and 60. And what is more interesting in this perception of complexity is that it changes dramatically between waves. So there's nothing stable. Even though the EU27 average is stable, it changes a lot by country and by wave. We have the feeling, and having talked to national stakeholders, that is very much linked to changes in the legal framework. That establishments perceive these changes as a difficulty, even though changes may have been aiming to simplify legal obligations per se, and I think it's human nature. Many of us feel a bit reactive to changes. So we've noticed that whenever there's been a change in the legal framework, suddenly this perception of difficulty has increased in that country. Other issues, lack of time or staff, has increased in the reporting of difficulty, but not so much a lack of money. So when we talk about resources in general, we think it's important to differentiate between staff, human resources, and financial ones. So we have the question, okay, are psychosocial risks more difficult to manage than other OSH risks? And we see again that the picture is very diverse. Only 20% of establishments would report them to be more difficult in the EU27. But interestingly, we've got the Nordic countries topping that ranking, where we see that they are very active. These are the countries that tend to report more involvement of workers, more procedures, more measures, and at the same time, they feel they are more challenging. And when we ask them why, it's usually about the reluctance to talk openly about the issue. Almost 60% of establishments perceiving psychosocial risk to be more difficult tell us that it's this, well, some kind of sensitivity around opening up and talking about this. I wanted to also share with you findings on employee representation forms, and we had how health and safety reps are the most frequently reported form of employee representation bodies. But at the same time, we still have 1/3 of establishments in our sample that report having no forms of employee representation at all. And these shares are particularly high in some countries. I don't have the data here, but it really ranges between 8 and 73%. So we're really talking about large establishments telling us that they have none of these forms of employee representation. So again, we take many things for granted when we talk about certain structures that we assume are there. It's not really the case in our sample. And I want to remind everyone that SNR is a voluntary survey. So often we could argue that only the better performing establishments would want to devote 25 minutes of the time to talk over the phone about how they manage health and safety. Well, it's not necessarily the case. I want to go back to these health and safety reps. As I said before, over 60% of establishments tell us that they have a health and safety rep, but how are they appointed? We cannot assume that they are always elected by their fellow colleagues. And we see that the shares are actually very diverse in the EU27. Again, in dark green, we have countries where a majority of establishments are reporting to elect their health and safety reps by fellow employees. But in many other countries, they tend to be selected by employers. So actually, the average in the EU27 is 38% of establishments where health and safety reps are actually elected by employees. And then I'm finishing my presentation with a couple of slides on digital technologies. I'm comparing 2019 and 2024. As you see, there are two digital technologies. Here we had to include PCs and laptops. Bear in mind that we cover many countries, many activity sectors, and many size classes. So we still wanted to have a discussion with establishments. So that's why we had to include more traditional digital technologies that many of you would really question. I mean, just to talk about PCs and laptops at this age. But we really had to start a discussion in this way. You see that for more sophisticated technologies, the shares are much lower. But still, we've seen an increase in the reporting share of establishments that tell us that they have wearable devices. And then we have a new item in 2024 about machine systems and computers that use artificial intelligence to perform work tasks. That's reported by 8% of establishments in the EU27. Only 4% of establishments report using none of these digital technologies. Of course, no surprise. When we include PCs and laptops, it's normal that a vast majority would have them. But what is interesting is, okay, we have a follow-up question. You told us that you have these digital technologies used at work. Do you discuss the impacts that they may have on the health and safety of your workers? And we only had 24% of establishments in 2019 making this link between digitalization and health and safety. We found that quite low. We were a bit surprised that only 1/4 would report this link. We've seen an increase in 2024, up to 35%. Again, I don't think it's a surprise, bearing in mind the pandemic and the effects that it had in the world of work. One could argue whether it's still too low, but the trend is quite clear. And then we asked establishments, what are the main risk factors linked to the use of digital technologies? And again, prolonged sitting and repetitive movements are the number 1 and 2 risk factors. But you see a list of psychosocial risk factors coming right next after those two. Increased work intensity, information overload, blurring boundaries between work and private life. These are the averages in 2024 for the EU27. But I wanted to show you the top country too. Again, averages don't really tell us the whole story. And we see, like in Austria, for instance, up to 67% of establishments reported prolonged sitting as a risk factor linked to digitalization. I wanted also to focus on number 3 and 4, increased work intensity and information overload, where more than a half of establishments in Germany, for instance, report them as a risk factor. And then Finland too comes as number 1 in several risk factors, blurring boundaries between work and private life, lack of ability to work with digital technologies, working alone and isolated from colleagues. These are issues that were reported significantly by Finnish establishments. So I'm finishing my presentation. I hope you're very interested in SNR. After this presentation, we have a data visualization tool where you can play with the figures. You don't need to be an expert on statistics. This is translated into all languages, and you have different graphs and charts that you can play with. This is a screenshot of our Danish version. And then where we are, we published the first findings report on the 7th of February. That's on our site, looking at the main findings that I presented today and beyond. And Stavroula mentioned, we will soon start work on a follow-up study on mental health and digitalization. We're going to interview establishments that were surveyed in SNR last year. We're going back to the workplace and having interviews with managers and workers on mental health and digitalization. We should be having preliminary results by the end of 2026. We'll be working on a review report and the data visualization. And of course, this year we're very busy presenting the findings in as many places and conferences as we can. So the conclusions, no surprise, increasing use of digital technologies, reporting of hybrid work, remote work and teleworking. But we're keen on knowing whether workers are being consulted, whether these issues are covered in risk assessments, and whether training is being provided. There seems to be an increased awareness as to digitalization and health and safety. This connection that was a bit missing in 2019 seems to be a bit stronger now. But then we're keen on knowing, okay, what risk factors are actually linked to the use of digital technologies. And as I mentioned before, the follow-up study on mental health. So I'll stop now. Thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you all. Yes, I was telling you half an hour ago that we ran out of time, but now I changed my mind, and I think we have 10 minutes for questions because there were wonderful presentation. I think that there is a need for some discussion. So please, who can I give the floor to ask a question?
Hi, I'm Ivan Williams from the Institution of Occupational Safety and Health in the UK. I wanted to congratulate Professor Leka and Jane on the report. I think the macro context section and the organizational impacts, I really enjoyed reading, going through that. And also you, Osha, because as many of us know, they will be conducting a 2-year campaign on mental health in the workplace and psychosocial risk after the one on digitalization. My question was in relation to, I saw that one of the policy actions was in relation to benchmark what other countries are doing. And I know you got extensive experience on that. But I just wanted to know, in particular, the case for Australia, that I think they have opted for like a specific regulatory response together with enforcement and compliance plus guidance. So I think there might be some learning lessons from that particular country. I think to some extent it's also happening in New Zealand. And also really quick one to Xavier. Are you thinking of expanding SNR to EU accession countries? Thank you.
Can I go first?
I can go first. Thank you. We did actually in the past included candidate countries that was very much linked to funding availability to actually cover them. This time around we couldn't. We didn't have the funds, but since 2009, the first 3 waves, we've had different sets of countries covered. Turkey was included in the first 2 waves. Then we had North Macedonia and Serbia. And it was actually, I was talking to Nacho before, it was really a pity that we couldn't include them this time around because it was always a very good experience, great support for national stakeholders. And I have to say that in many of the countries, fieldwork was quite straightforward to implement. We had very high response rates. And I think the participation of workplaces in something that was the EU, it was actually very motivating. So unfortunately, we didn't have the funds, but we're in touch with them. They might be replicating the survey using our methodology and questionnaires maybe next year, but that's not really up to us. If we repeat SNR in the future, and if we had the funding, we would for sure include them. Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Ivan. The benchmarking question, there will be, first of all, a presentation from Maud later on that already will show you a mapping of legislation, collective agreements, and jurisprudence across EU member states as concerns psychosocial risk, work-related stress, and bullying. So I will not take away from that because there is a very nice presentation coming up in the afternoon. But there will be another project that will look more in depth on across the member states, talking to stakeholders about how the different types of legislation have worked. Another ETUI project, which is great. You're quite right that there are other countries beyond Europe that have implemented different models. Australia being one of them. Australia, of course, has the different territories or different states as well. So they've introduced, they've updated their act the main act for health and safety to include mental health. And they've also introduced, apart from this legal kind of requirement, a national standard in this area. But the different, again, areas or the different states are not aligned yet entirely in Australia. But indeed, there are other countries where we can also compare and learn from these models. You're quite right.
Thank you, colleagues, for great presentations. Since the term benchmarking has been used, that brings me to mutual learning between countries, between sectors and all that. So I'm just curious, I don't know if I'm asking the right people here, but I am curious to know whether you have any idea whether at the EU level, maybe EU OSHA is involved in that, there is mutual learning going on with regard to preventing psychosocial risks between countries, because when we're talking about preparing a directive, that is often an interesting step up. But I have no idea whether it's happening. So mutual learning.
I want to believe there is, Bart. Thanks for the question. We certainly try to be a catalyst and an actor that by sharing our projects, research, and findings, we try and contribute certainly to this mutual learning. As you know, in our own structure as an organization, we've got representatives of all member states, not only in our management board, which is essential because that's how we approve and decide what we're working, but I also wanted to bring to the fore our network of focal points. These are representatives in each country, usually at the ministry, labor, social affairs, or at the labor inspection, that are actually helping us implement that work program. So I think that this dual role of national stakeholders at the approval of the project management, but also at the actual implementation of the work program, I think is very important, and want to believe that makes us help contribute to this mutual learning. Yep.
And if I can just add to that as well. So in terms of research and sort of policy learnings, there's obviously a lot of comparative work that has happened. There are lots of conferences where there are policy forums and policy roundtables where there are there's discussion across the board. I mean, we are the European Academy of Occupational Health Psychology, working with EU OSHA and other organizations, the International Commission on Occupational Health, ICO, run these often. The ILO again participates and holds these at a more global level. I think the key message I would say here is it's not ever been done with the point of what can be done collectively. And I think that is interesting, because I think now we can start, if there is a call, and as that call has been growing in voice, now we can start framing that discussion more to actually proactively learn, not just from the point of discussing this from a theoretical point of view and seeing what's working, what's not working, but actually seeing how we can actually start building that evidence base and that call and making that call stronger. So
One more question here. Hi, it's the last question because I know we are running out of time now, and maybe they may change her mind. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm Otse Falilo from ETUI. First of all, I would like to congratulate Aditya and Savula again for the conceptualization framework. Why? Because I think it's linked also with the other thing about the complexity sometimes of the topic of the legislation, and I think it actually clarifies the narrative. My question is about the SNR data, even if I'm probably opening an open door here, kicking an open door, regarding the risk assessment. When you say that for a lot of companies, the risks are known, do we agree we talk about all OSH risks? And why I ask here is because there is a lot of narrative from the employer saying that the framework directive is enough and that there is already an assessment of the risk about the overall thing. And here it's showing that first is not the case. Not only about the enforcement, but also that there is possibility to do the assessment and it's not done because there is this overconfidence, and it's not about only PSR, it's about all risks. Thank you.
No, thanks for the question, Ot. It's an important point. How is it being interpreted? It's very difficult for us to know whether it's being understood the way we intended. So that's why, even though I'm just presenting the findings as to, okay, the share of establishments that tell us that they feel they're carrying out risk assessment, covering issues, we then have a follow-up series of questions that help us understand a bit better what this risk assessment is not necessarily covering, but to try and understand what the preventive culture of the establishment is. So we have questions on whether workers are involved in any measure following up the risk assessment, the topics that are covered in the risk assessment, how often this risk assessment is carried out, whether it's actually performed with home resources, internal staff, or whether it's fully subcontracted. So there are 7 or 8 questions following this big one that I shared that help us understand a bit better. So this rosy picture that you might have, but having the message 76% of establishments carry out risk assessment, is actually not really the case when you show the whole picture. Of course, today I didn't have the time. I couldn't go in depth into this because the questionnaire can be quite extensive, and then you can analyze it by sector, size, class, and country. So I just want to share these, but absolutely agree. It is an issue, and we need really to qualify what we mean by that. But when you implement the questionnaire on a 25-minute interview over the phone, it is really complicated to try and get, I wouldn't say subjective questions, we try and avoid them at all, but there is an element of subjectivity that is really impossible to control when you talk about measures or involvement, for instance. What does involvement mean when we ask? And yet we have half of the sample that says, no, we don't involve. You could also be very critical and say, what about the other half? What is that involvement meaning? We don't really have the time. So that's why it's very important for us. Once we have the numbers and all this crude big data set, which is super interesting and gives lots of info, we need to understand what's behind that. That's why we always follow up with qualitative face-to-face interviews to really see, okay, what was this meaning? How was it interpreted? And what subtleties were inevitably lost over the phone? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for the last question. It was a very important one. Thank you for all of you, the 3 of you, for your input, your presentations, your insights. We allow ourselves the luxury of more questions, but we will have a little bit shorter coffee break. So, so according to Bart, we have a coffee break for 15 minutes. So please enjoy the coffee and come back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I propose we get started again. Somehow the room seems fuller even than when we started this morning. I take that as a good sign. So we continue our day now with a panel discussion, let's say a political discussion, a roundtable about towards an EU directive on psychosocial risk. And I find it especially important to have this discussion today, which, as many of you may know, is Workers' Memorial Day, where we commemorate all those workers who have died or who got injured at the workplace, as a stark reminder of why we need to move ahead with this debate and with this initiative. We have 3 speakers here at this end of the table, and as I said this morning, as we said, you'll also, of course, have the chance to intervene. That's why I'll be relatively strict on the timeline of each of the speakers. Thank you, colleagues, for accepting that challenge, and you'll have more chance to speak when there are questions from the room. So we will start in a moment with Estelle. Estelle Ceulemans is a member of the European Parliament. She's a member of the Group of Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats, SND. We're happy to have you on board, Estelle. Et je pense que tu vas intervenir en français. C'est bien ça. Voilà. So if you don't have a headset, please grab it now. There are still some in the back there. After that, we will listen to, and we'll go in several rounds of questions and brief responses. We'll listen to Giulio Romani, is Confederal Secretary at the European Trade Union Confederation. And I believe that Giulio will be speaking in Italian. So we will be using the interpretation services to the full, and more people are grabbing their headsets now. That is great. Finally, Stefan Olsson will be speaking in, no, not in Swedish, sorry. No. Stefan is Swedish, but he will be speaking to us in English. I believe Stefan is Deputy Director General in DG Employment of the European Commission. And Stefan, very good to have you here with us today. So I would like to start a first round of questions to the panelists. And I want to start with in a way, a very practical one for you, Estelle. We've heard about concepts and we've heard about theories. We've had some first empirical evidence. But my first question to you would be with regard to your own expertise, your own experiences in Belgium, because you're from a big Belgian trade union organization, the FGTB. And I'm just curious, and I think some of us are curious, are there in the Belgian legislation elements, good practices that could serve as learning, let's say, from a national experience for the EU level, for other member states, but also as inspiration into an EU initiative. So national legislation from Belgium, what are your takeaways from that for other countries or for an EU initiative? And after that, we will move to Giulio. So please, Estelle.
Thank you.
Parole est à vous.
Donc, je vais parler en français.
So I'm going to speak French if I can do so. So hello to all of you. So I'm a newly elected member within European Parliament, but until the 1st of May, I was in charge of the FGTB Brussels. I held other positions. I worked a lot, quite a lot, on psychosocial risks 10 years ago. I also really made claims saying that burnout should be considered as an occupational disease in order for its financial and legal approach to be modified. So in Belgium, we have a legislation that was adopted 20 years ago. Laurette Onkelings, a socialist minister, is the one that tabled that piece of legislation. So and legislation related to psychosocial risks is part of the code regarding well-being at work. So this means that psychosocial risk is really considered in Belgium just on an equal footing with other risks, muscular skeletal disorders and others. So, and this piece of legislation was amended in 2014. Some features of that legislation are quite important and concrete because this morning in the O study, I've heard that you heard about, well, the fact that it is really important to have some concrete legislation, and legislation also needs to be specific because the problem is related to a lack of legislation or legislation which is too vague. In Belgium, it is quite precise, certainly when it comes to the preventive approach for psychosocial risks, because in Belgium, and this is a legal obligation, a risk analysis is to be carried out. So businesses, with the involvement of workers, with the involvement of workers' representatives, within the health and safety committee, well, these need to conduct a risk analysis, and so department per department, so category of worker per category, so group of worker per group of worker, they need to make a risk analysis in order to set up an action plan. So first an analysis is carried out, and then an action plan is being set up to really tackle these risks. And the aim is not to have common measures for all the workers of a company. No, these are specific to the groups, the categories of workers. So this is a legal obligation. And if it is not complied with, it can lead to legal sanctions. And the workers' representatives are really involved. So collective bargaining is really also involved. And afterwards, when it comes to the implementation of the action plan, the workers' representatives are involved. Workers are also involved in the risk analysis, and they are involved, and their confidentiality is fully secured. So this is the first aspect, so prevention, because we know it, psychosocial risks are mainly due to work organizational aspects. The problem is that there is suffering at work and mental health issues at work, mainly due to issues related to the work organization. Second aspect, and here we are more in-house while talking about the prevention aspect, but also the interventions. Some in-house procedures are foreseen. So not only are businesses supposed to appoint what we call prevention, relay persons. These are really people that have been trained for this. And so if workers feel at risk, they should be free to really turn to these trusted persons or support persons called personnes de confiance in French. So, and then we also have the prevention advisors. So IGE, these advisors really are being employed directly or they for smaller companies and micro companies. They have an external prevention unit, and so those prevention advisors that deal with psychosocial risks are psychologists, and they are also protected by the legislation. And so if they get any request, and this request won't be reported to the employer, so they need to really meet and answer these requests tabled by workers that might face an issue, a conflict, for instance, with a colleague, or that might face harassment or bullying. And so then interventions take place either formally or informally. Informally, well, sometimes the person can simply express its position, its situation to that person. And if it's formal, then the employer is also asked to provide a reply answer. So the report of the prevention advisor might state that the worker is really in a risky situation, is jeopardized, and then indeed some actions are being required. And so if the employer does not take any measures to put an end to that difficult situation for the worker, that employer will be punished. So this is quite a concrete piece of legislation, and it might be used as a source of inspiration at the EU level.
Precision of legislation, concreteness of legislation, including as regards the definition of risks, employee involvement, a clearly defined responsibility for employers, and dedicated roles for the parties involved. Those are some of the elements that I wrote down, and which may indeed serve as inspiration, I guess, for EU legislation. Thank you for setting the debate. I'd like to move now to Giulio. You're okay with that? So, as I said, today we are commemorating Workers' Memorial Day. It's an international day of remembrance of those workers who have been killed, disabled, injured during their work time. And so, as an opening question, let's say to you, Giulio, as a member of the Secretariat of the European Trade Union Confederation, how do you connect this special day specifically to the issue of psychosocial risks, which is at the heart of what we're discussing today. So please, again, 5 minutes, please.
Very well. I might be briefer, even shorter than 5 minutes. I'd just like to make a premise. In the world, according to ILO data, every year around 3 million people lose their lives in the workplace for job-related issues, several 100,000 because of accidents. In Europe, the situation is slightly better. We have around only, so to speak, 3,000 deaths because of job-related accidents. But we have 300,000 globally. And this is the number of deaths in 3 years of war in Ukraine. Every year, we lose the same number of people for work-related accidents. And it's not by chance that we have chosen the 28th of April as a date, because this figure is simply unacceptable. How can we connect this to psychosocial risks? The fact is that for a number of reasons, instead of decreasing, and these reasons are structural, well, rather they're situational, and probably because they're also due to political conditions. And these risks, as I was saying, are increasing rather than decreasing. Of course, our objective is to reduce mortality from job-related issues. And we've conducted a number of campaigns together with the various other social partners. And this morning we mentioned chemical risks and diseases that can be contracted in the workplace and that are not necessarily immediately visible. So a lot has been done and is still being done. At the same time, however, we are making steps backwards. And one of these U-turns that we're observing at the moment is a revival of competitiveness at all costs, even when this reduces well-being in the workplace. And we're exploring new frontiers here in a situation in which risks are increasing, and it in a context that is ever more challenging. We have new technologies that bring new fears that are not fortuitous and are not just simply imagined. Many people are afraid that they're not good enough for the changes that are to come. And some companies are afraid that they won't be able to meet market needs. In this context, psychosocial risks that so far have been experienced with less fear, if you like, compared to other more obvious risks, are putting people's lives at risk. And we really don't need to increase risks for workers. The suicide rate is on the rise. Just a few months ago, I was at the American Embassy together with Nacho, my advisor, and we found out, we knew this already, but it was confirmed, that in the United States, one of the highest risks for workers is an overuse of medication. And this is also linked to the fact that they're afraid of not being up to standard, not being good enough. So this comeback of obsessive competitiveness will put added pressure on workers with respect to their capacity to produce more. And the idea of workers' rights might be endangered. And I'll conclude by telling you about a direct experience I had. As many of you know, I used to work in the banking sector in Italy. I was a trade union rep in the banking sector. And that sector in particular, psychosocial risks just exploded, as well as the use of medication to counter it, because the pressure on workers for competitiveness reasons and commercial reasons, and not only when there was a financial crisis, the pressure on workers that came from clients themselves for accusing workers of being responsible for their losses. That pressure caused huge and serious problems because employers were considered not responsible, whereas in fact they were at fault. Unfortunately, many people didn't manage to overcome these difficulties and lost their lives. Now, if we include psychosocial risks in the debate, it is because we need to tackle these risks before they spread like wildfire and become irreversible.
Thank you so much, Giulio. First of all, for reminding us of some key figures, which are, frankly speaking, quite breathtaking. And of course, we're not talking, as you mentioned, we're not just talking about statistics. We're talking about persons. We're talking about families being affected. You mentioned that steps that we seem to be moving backwards in some respect. You referred to obsessive competitiveness and the fact that psychosocial risks are exploding for some workers, for some jobs, and in some sectors. So thank you so much, Giulio, for introducing those key elements. So I want to move now on to Stefan. As for the colleagues here, a first introductory question: how can the EU ensure that the prevention of psychosocial risk at work is treated as a core element of occupational health and safety rather than as an afterthought, which seems to be a little bit the case at the moment? Please, the floor is yours. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, and hello, everybody. Let me first just thank the ETUI for arranging this on this important day, and also take the opportunity to thank ETUI for all the work you're doing. I think in this area in particular, but in general, the access and production of reliable data is really very, very important, becoming more and more important in our policy making. So thanks a lot to all of you, and I recognize many people here that I've met in the past. Psychosocial risks came up on the agenda stronger, I would say, around 10 years ago. I mean, it had always been there, but and it was, I think, recognized already when we had the framework directive in 1989 that the assessment should also cover psychosocial risks. But I remember when I became responsible for health and safety as director in 2014-15, that we started really to discuss this and to work with the EU OSHA, to work with the member states. I think we had the first peer review in Stockholm to look, because the Swedes were one of the first countries that really brought this up. And we looked at how the Swedes were doing it. So we brought a number of social partners and national representatives to Stockholm. And since then, I think we've been working a lot on this. We've had, I think, one EU OSHA campaign, and we will have another very important EU OSHA campaign coming up in 2006-2008, which of course has the importance that these are agreed by the tripartite board. So business and member states are also on board on this. No, so a lot of activity. We had another important peer review where we looked across all the member states last June. I think this was pushed very much by the Belgian presidency because of the Belgian experience that we've heard about, and here we see that member states are in different ways, but very much linked to the different traditions and labor market taking action. But it is a very diverse picture. Another important way we're working on this now is, of course, that we have a working party within the tripartite committee in Luxembourg that is now looking at psychosocial risks and health and safety in this area, and that working group is looking at the definition, is looking at action on this. So to me, it has been a very positive development in terms of awareness and action at EU level, driven by the ETUI, by the Parliament, but also by the Commission. And a very important moment was the 2023 communication that the Commission issued, because when the Commission issues a communication, of course not a directive, but it is then the whole college that says, okay, this is an important issue, and that communication underlined very strongly that the cost for society, the cost for business, the cost for the individual, the fundamental rights issue, the link to the social pillar. So I think that was a very good framework that we're now continuing to work on. And I think I won't go too far because you will have another question for me. But just to say that the interlinkages that we see now that you also mentioned with a very complex economy, digitalization, increased pressure. I can only imagine today how the US workers are feeling in some sectors. I will not make any diplomatic errors here, but the pressure must be enormous. So I think here it will be very important that we continue to work together in looking at all the actions, and there I'll stop because that will be your next question, Bart. I think so. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stefan, for introducing several. Let's call it soft law EU tools that are already out there. You refer to, of course, the framework directive, which is not soft law, to be clear, communication, but also peer review. And we were wondering in the previous panel before you arrived whether and how these peer reviews are organized at the EU level. So maybe we'll get back to that during the exchange. I'm curious about that. You also reminded us of this advisory committee on health and safety, where there's now a working group on the topic. I think that also makes it a bit more concrete and also helps us to understand why Esther Lynch was quite optimistic, and she said, we'll be back here at the end of the year to discuss a draft proposal from the Commission for a directive. Let's see whether we get there. But indeed, work is ongoing. It's not just a purely theoretical thing. Work is ongoing in this advisory committee, where also ETUC and ETUI, of course, are a member of the workers' interest group of that advisory committee. Now, to make it even more concrete,
let's go back to Estelle.
So the European Parliament has called, I think, in different, already twice, I believe, for a directive on psychosocial risk in recent years. And so we are keen to know what is in your proposal or proposals, what are we actually talking about when we are talking about a directive on psychosocial risk. So the floor is yours.
Merci.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. And unfortunately, today, this is not in the mission letter of the commissioner. You need to know how this works at the EU level. So European initiative, legislative initiative can only stem from the European Commission, even though Parliament has really asked for it. But in her letter, there is in her engagement letter, no initiative has been foreseen, while there were 6 in the engagement letter of her predecessor, of Nicholas Schmidt. But we'll keep on really asking and urging for a directive, and not only recommendations. We'll know that European Commissioner is also dedicated to quality jobs. When you talk about quality jobs, well, she's going to talk also about mental health at work. But at the level of the European Parliament and of our Social Affairs Committee, we'll work on a legislative initiative report, and we will urge for a European directive, and I will act as a rapporteur for this legislative initiative. But when it comes to the pace of work, you need to know that these European legislative reports, well, it takes 1 year for them to be co-drafted, which means that it's only next year that we'll start working on psychosocial risks. This year we'll start with an initial in legislative initiative report on the impact of AI on workers. Of course, there is more than a link between both, but regarding psychosocial risks, here the aim is to have a directive to keep on having regulatory text, so a regulation, so a regulatory text, a legal text that would incorporate the organizational, emotional, relational, and structural factors analysis, so an obligation to adapt working conditions to preserve mental health, the recognition of the right to a disconnection. So for the time being, an entire work has been done on this. And this can be positive or slightly less positive. And this is why it's also important to provide for a better framework regarding this telework. And we would also want to have something more specific regarding a typical working time and a workload. So, and here with legal obligations, also the obligation to set up action plans. I talked about this when talking about the Belgian situation. It's also important to really involve workers and also their representatives in any decisions related to the prevention of health problems at work, and also make sure that there is a follow-up by experts in this field, and to make sure that some inspectors are there. Therefore, you need a clear and binding framework, and so you need also inspectors that should be able to act when dealing with mental health issues that are booming at the EU level. So we know it, Madam van der Leyen might be sensitive to this. We do not really know why. I haven't had time to meet with her in this respect, but it makes me think of, well, you know, the Belgian Federation of Businesses. The boss of that federation denied the notion of burnout for a long time. He said this has mainly something to do with personal sphere. But then one day he really had someone amongst his close friends that was hit by burnout. And unfortunately, very often, essential workers are subject to a burnout. And so for a number of years, at the end of the day, they become useless to their employers. So mental health at work, stress at a workplace, not only the prevention, but also the management of stress and mental health. All this should be really incorporated in a European directive.
Giulio, that brings us back to you, because we have some clear building blocks here. Risk analysis, the directive needs to talk about working conditions, the right to disconnect, workload, the role of inspectors, dedicated rules for the different parties involved, and especially, I remember from, or I retain here, a directive, a piece of legislation and not a piece of soft law. So thank you for bringing that in, Estelle. And Giulio, that brings me back to you from the perspective of the ETUC. Are you expecting the same elements, different elements? What should be in a directive on the prevention of psychosocial risks? Please, 5 minutes.
Well, I think there's no doubt that all of those aspects are very important. I'd like to try to summarize a couple of concepts here, notions, if you like. First of all, a directive on psychosocial risks has to take into mind the fact that this type of risk is intersectional. It sits alongside lots of other risks, and you can't just tackle them separately. Let me give you an example, and an example. This is a real disappointment for us at the moment. What emerges from the various studies, the studies presented today, the fact that workers are reluctant to admit that they have a mental health issue, that they don't feel comfortable, and the fact that lots of employers admit that that kind of feeling amongst the workers might come from what's happening in the workplace. And so psychosocial risks, people feeling uncomfortable at the workplace, then becomes almost an element which creates discrimination. And very often it's the workers who are already discriminated against who feel themselves find themselves in even a worse position in terms of discrimination. So we need to be very careful here, very careful, because there is a risk. There's a risk that we could increase these overarching risks, intersectional risks, these risks which are present across the board. And we need to have a holistic approach. I'm a bit disappointed with what I've had to say, because the horizontal directive on anti-discrimination has just been withdrawn, hasn't it? You know, we've been waiting for it since 2008, and now it's just been withdrawn. I think this is the right time for us to understand the link that exists between various factors of risk, various risk factors. Now, of course, it's very clear, and I agree, of course, that a piece of legislation needs to be well done. It needs to be very precise, very specific. You need to have something to build upon. Because I think one of the barriers we encounter in this regard is this type of a risk is linked to work. Not everyone accepts that. We have to recognize the risk, attribute responsibility for the risk, and then develop a whole range of training courses, of inspections, of checks and controls, so as to really understand who's responsible for these risks. And how can we best manage these risks in a shared way in terms of work organization? And this has been done for a whole range of other risks regarding health and safety. That's why we have workers' health and safety reps, after all, isn't it? Who are involved, and these people holding these positions have not necessarily overcome all evils and all ills, but they've helped to stave off and to fight off a lot of risks and at the workplace. And the ETUI has a resolution on the contents of the directive, a directive we'd like to see, and based to a certain extent on the Belgian legislation, we feel that we need to have a gender-based approach, but an approach which takes into account all vulnerable groups as well. So when it comes to managing psychosocial risk, work organization is fundamental as well. Of course, we believe that this is a fundamental importance. I understand employers when they say, well, we could be exposed to limitless responsibility. So we need to circumscribe and prescribe, I think, their responsibility as well. And we need to ensure that risk evaluations take place, changing the burden of proof as well. I think that would be something which we could perhaps try to do. And also banning damaging work practices. You know, when workers get played off against one another. Some companies publish their records, who's doing best at the shop floor level at the moment. Ban that kind of practice. Bonus systems which are unfair to certain workers or drive workers to do things they shouldn't do. Perhaps ensuring that the trade unions are involved in developing these, formulating these measures as well. We need to have objectives and targets to reduce stress as well. And we need to ensure that we we try to make sure that workers don't feel embarrassed because they have a mental health issue. We need to encourage workers to talk about their issues, not to be embarrassed to do so. We need to provide training. We need to provide information, awareness raising, taking away some of those traditional prejudices that have always existed, so that people don't feel embarrassed. And that's why I'm talking about discrimination, because discrimination is very much linked to prejudice and preconceived ideas. We need procedures to ensure compatibility of organizational work practices, inspections and the way in which they're carried out. And then there's one thing, a really important thing that we're asking for, and I will conclude, don't we? This directive, and we're asking about this in the context of this directive, but for directives, this directive needs to cover all workers, including those who aren't necessarily covered by the those not covered by the directive on workplace health and safety. People who are working from home who aren't necessarily covered by this directive should be covered by the directive on psychosocial risks. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Giulio. Beginning to underline the fact that we're dealing here with an intersectoral problem, but also for flagging the main points, the main aspects of the ETUC position on the topic, inspired, as you said, by Belgian legislation. I wonder whether that happened through an EU peer review, but we'll find out later maybe. And you underlined also that this directive needs to cover all workers in Europe. So, Stefan, I heard Estelle saying that this initiative is not in the mission letter of Commissioner Mizzato. Still, you flagged some hope, Estelle, saying...
He seems a little bit sensitive to that question.
Just citing them here. So the question is to you, Stefan. When Esther Lynch referred in her opening speech this morning to the fact that the roadmap on quality jobs for her would be the right vehicle to take this discussion forward this year, or rather the next, as I hear you say, Estelle, would you agree with that? And where does the Commission's thinking on such a directive stand at this stage? Please, Stefan.
Thank you, Bart. No, I agree completely with Esther and also with Estelle and Julie. I think also the political guidelines this time from the Commission were in many areas a bit more general. I mean, there wasn't a list, so I'm not so surprised that there wasn't, like a number of directives. But what was there, which was very important, was the quality jobs roadmap, and there is a first element there which I appreciated very much, which was that there is a real recognition in the role of the social partners, not as the social partners have to do everything, but the fact that the quality jobs roadmap should be done, together with the social partners. Social partners should be involved. It shouldn't be, an initiative that comes from the sky. And that clearly the issue of psychosocial risks and legal action, I think, fits very well in the context of the quality jobs roadmap because of all these interlinkages that also Estelle took up on the digitalization, on the issue of AI. I mean, you mentioned the banking sector. I imagine today there are many people afraid of losing their jobs as well to AI. There's issue of supervision and how will this work. So I think the path in through the quality jobs roadmap and also the definitions measuring is also maybe a little bit strategically a better way to go about it, to say that a working environment that prevents psychosocial risks is produces quality jobs, and EU stands in terms of competitiveness as well as fundamental rights and social model for quality jobs. That is really our advantage. So clearly that will be very important in terms of how we address it. And we've EVP Minsato has had the first big consultation with the social partners. And we will continue to work. She is now going to all member states, also discussing at national level and with national social partners, national governments, in order to produce the quality jobs roadmap around, I think we're talking now about the end of this year, which would fit rather well in terms of in terms of what Esther said. However, I also think in terms of timing, it will be very important to also wait and see what the European Parliament produces. And you also know that today, in terms of impact assessments and all of this, that takes a bit of time. So I mean, I think we will look at a quality jobs roadmap that sets out a number of actions. And there we will need to see how they fit together: the right to disconnect, telework, AI, psychosocial, so that they create a whole and also I think the issue of training and anticipation, which is something that ETUC has made very clearly, and the European Parliament as well. So I'm rather confident. I think the issue of the revision of the workplace directive is an interesting path, but that, as you said, will need to imply then a change of the scope. I mean, any action on psychosocial risk would need to be for all workers, including people teleworking, obviously, and so that is one part. I say this now completely with personal, but I have always been hesitant to opening up the framework directive, because I think it's a very, very good directive, and I'm always a bit worried when you talk about opening up, because we have anticipation, we have a clear obligation for employers. So I think we need to see at an action that makes clear these obligations, but without taking a risk in the climate we are currently in. But I think all of these actions now will fit in. We will discuss the quality jobs roadmap, and the timing may be at the end of this year in terms of announcing measures might be also a bit more calm than the current climate, which is very difficult. So that's I imagine there will be questions, so I'll stop there. So.
There may be questions on this. Yes, I agree. Okay, so we may need a bit more time, but I hear you say that you're confident that we can work together, the institutions can work together on this goal towards a piece of legislation on the topic, together with the social partners. I also heard you say. And so the quality job roadmap seems to be the right vehicle. But that brings me to my last question to you, Estelle, and then two more short questions for the other panelists, and then we'll of course open to the floor, because I think a lot has been said, and I'm hoping that there will be many questions. Why, just to be a little bit provocative, why do we even have to talk about psychosocial risks at the EU level? I hear that Belgium is doing well, some other countries are doing well. Do we need an EU initiative? And I'm just, of course, and I have my personal opinion on this, I am convinced already, but just to mention the fact that on this table, there are no employers. We've invited them. We've really done our best to get employers here, and they're not here. So it means that we will have to come up with a very good narrative and very good analysis to convince those who are not convinced yet. They're maybe not in this room, but they're certainly out there. So, by way of very light provocation, but especially to get our arguments right, why do we need to talk about psychosocial risks at the EU level? Let's just leave it to the member states. Or not. Parole est à vous.
Yes, well, I love provocation. Well, simply because, well, first of all, there is a real silent epidemics with people dying. I mean, if some of you are in France, we know about situation in France Telecom. I mean, a work organization can really be lethal for workers. Yeah, also, of course, silent mortalities, early mortality for people suffering from mental health issues. I won't talk too much about this. Sufficient studies have been dedicated to this. This is affecting all European countries. And if at the given time, the EU is working on well-being at work, the exposures to mutagens, carcinogens, well, they should also do it with psychosocial risks. Then I will also be a little bit provocative. Let me now use the other side's arguments. Now, people keep on talking about European competitiveness. So we need to have a competitive European economy. But if you say competitive, it means that you need to have good workers in state of producing. What is one of the competitiveness issues? It's a shortcoming. It's the shortage of workers in essential jobs. When it comes to health care, education, and so on. Why do we have such a shortage? Some people may talk about a mismatch between training and the rest, but it's mainly due to working conditions and mental health strains. So the health care sector, the education sector are facing these, and the workers that get a burnout, the ones that suffer most are the ones that are most involved and engaged. And so businesses have to do without these, and we need these workers. I mean, very often by developing actions to combat psychosocial risks, you can also have a positive impact for businesses, and we need to underscore that. And also because it's a matter of dignity and democracy at work. I mean, and here we have to look at the role to be played by union organizations, trade unions, because this leads to inequalities. You have the intersectionality issue. It's also a matter of gender equality, because psychosocial risks and the recognition of and the prevention of psychosocial risks, well, means the recognition of the fact that a lot of jobs performed by women are quite difficult, and it's also at stake for young people, because today we know that young generations are no longer ready to work under any conditions. So if companies want to really draw the future talents, they will also have to pay enough attention to psychosocial risks. I could give you some other arguments, but I'll stop here. Thank you, Estelle.
Constructing our narrative now, and I think that's very important. So we have a silent epidemic out there on psychosocial risks, which therefore concerns all member states, all workers, the return of the competitiveness agenda, linking to the macro context that we saw before in the previous presentations, and democracy at work, equality, gender equality between younger workers, older workers, etc. So thank you for bringing in those key points, Estelle. So we'll go back to Julia now. What are the main? So Stefan said maybe we'll, we need a little bit more time. I brought in the fact that employers, unfortunately, are not here today to discuss this with us, which we would really have liked to. So what do you see as the main obstacles, Giulio, to arriving at a directive on this piece? And also for you, the question, I will ask it, of course, also to Stefan, why do we need to discuss this at the EU level? Not that I wasn't convinced by your arguments, but just to hear it again. Giulio, please, 3 minutes.
I'll start from the second question. And I'll be blunt, beyond the fact that I'm preaching to the converted, because I represent the ETUC. Others here are representing the European Parliament and others the Commission. If we don't believe in Europe, then we should give up all hope. But I think that we need to make sure that rights are European rights, because if Europe wants to be competitive, if European companies want to be competitive, Europe must be the place where rights are upheld and progress is crucial. So this is why we need to make progress on social standards, because the big financial investments come from abroad. BlackRock alone has 10 billion in investments available, and they could bankrupt any country they wanted to, if they wanted to. So we need to be competitive on other fronts. We can't be competitive when it comes to raw materials because we have to import them. So the question here is, we choose to be competitive on the cost of labor and on undermining labor rights, or do we want to be competitive when it comes to offering the best possible working conditions, on attracting the best talents and having the best quality research possible? Which of the two do we want to be competitive on more? I think that's the answer. We need to focus, and I perfectly agree with Estelle. If we want a workforce that doesn't enjoy any labor rights and that is having to tackle difficult physical and mental issues, then we're left with very little, because we can't be competitive on other fronts. And this is one of the obstacles that we're facing nowadays. Well, here today, we don't have any employers, unfortunately. They're not sitting at this table. And we know, however, that managers are facing difficulties when it comes to production costs. And they believe that this is more important than workers' well-being. And just very quickly, last year, we were talking about lead about a year and a half ago. I was receiving 2 letters a day, 2 emails a day from arms producers telling me how important lead is in the production of weapons, and how awful the choices we were making in trying to cut the levels of lead in workers' bloodstream. We were working on the threshold here, because this was stymieing the production of weapons. But in fact, weapons are used to kill, whereas production kills before you actually reach the battleground. But apart from all of this, obviously we have different priorities. So how are we going to convince employers? We need to explain that it's more convenient for them, in fact, to focus on workers' well-being. Employers should, in fact, know that investments in the short term produce a deficit, but if they're done properly in the long term, they produce stability and higher profits. This is one of the investments that they need to focus on, so that in the mid and long term, they produce quality, stability, and profit. Because by ensuring workers' well-being, they're ensuring a future profits. And this is one of the answers we can give employers. Obviously, some may argue that we need to regulate at national level. But I've just explained why it's better to focus on an EU level, also because we need to ensure an equal standard for everybody, because we have rather shocking differences among member states. And then obviously we also have to tackle the difficulties that trade unions are encountering in entering the workplace. Workers' reps are elected in some countries, and this is very healthy for companies, not only for workers.
Thank you very much, Giulio. You may be preaching to the converted, but you do it very well. So thank you for that. I just pick up on one point, that is, you said we need to be talking about this also for reasons of competitiveness. And so I want to also open the floor in a moment to the audience, including those people working with or as employers' representatives, because I think we also want to hear those voices and also engage in a dialogue with them. So wrapping up with you for the round of interventions, Stefan, I'm curious, but I don't know if we'll have really time for that, but you mentioned a peer review where the EU and the member states, of course, were discussing examples from Sweden. Very annoying that, again, Sweden is, of course, a good practice, but we're getting used to that. Any lessons there for the EU level? And so the same question to you. Why should we be discussing this topic at the EU level, and what are going to be the main barriers, in your view, to arrive at a piece of legislation? Stefan, please.
Thanks. No, first on the Swedish one, that was a long time ago. I think the peer review we had then that was initiated by the Belgian presidency last summer, which covered a lot of member states, was more interesting. I mean, the Swedish one showed that the Swedes are so particular that they have this the social model. It was very interesting, but I think the transferability in the sense that you got this tripartite deal between the social partners, money from the government. I mean that is difficult to replicate in another country. Even in Belgium, as Estelle explained, I mean in Sweden you don't need legislation. In Sweden, the social partners will regulate it themselves. So that was, I think, interesting. But why do we need this? I know you're a bit of a nationalist, Bart, so I figured you would. I figured you would ask that question. No, I think just to add to what has been said, the issue of demography and the challenges in terms of labor supply that also Estelle mentioned. I mean, that show we have to work longer. We have to look at how to get more higher employment rates. Also people from third countries, but none of this will help in terms of the labor shortages are so enormous today. So we need to keep people healthy in the workplace, also for fundamental rights. But I think that this is a momentum that means that can be used for this debate because employers know it. I mean, so I think that would add that element. The peer reviews in general are very important in the sense that we need to show also that an action on psychosocial risk would not be an usina gas, but it would be something concrete, something that is easy to implement and will not become a reporting monster, because that is, I think, what scares off the employers, no? So, and if we can show that in many places this works, that will be very important for the future debate.
Thank you very much for that. Now we have time for discussion. I think we have plenty, yes, as we like it. I know, Stefan, you have to go leave at some point, but I think we're sharply on time. And I see several hands going up, so that's how I like it. Because if not, I would have to just appoint people to ask questions. But there is no need for that. So if you could very briefly say who you are and ask brief questions, that would be much appreciated. So please, madam.
It's working, yes. Good morning. First, thank you for your intervention. I'm Luan, I'm a stagiaire at ETUI. And about the Belgian legislation on psychosocial risks, I wanted to know if it tackled minority stress, because it's very different reporting work overload when you are like a white man talking to another white man, and reporting bullying because of your sexual orientation, for instance, when you're a Black woman. So is it tackled in any way? Because, yeah, psychosocial risks are very depending on who you are. They can be quite different.
Excellent, thank you. And I think the colleague next to you also had a question. Please, sir.
Yes, thank you very much for this debate. I had just one remark for Stefan. First, we never asked to open the framework directive on OSH. What we're calling for is a specific directive on psychosocial risks. So just like there is specific directive on specific risks, this is what we want on the psychosocial risk. And this morning we had two excellent presentations, and the one on Ezener showed us that again in 2024, the main reason why the employers put in place health and safety measures is to fulfill their legal obligations. So this is why it is important for us to have a legislation. And the second thing that was said, and the main barrier, and just like Estelle mentioned it, is that it has to be very specific legislation. It can't be very general. And this is a barrier why they don't fulfill their obligation. And the second good presentation we had from Savrulla, she explained a little bit the definitions of the different terms. And this is also why it's important for us to have a specific legislation, because we need to understand what we're talking about. And it can't be a piece of bits and pieces in different legislation. It has to be specific on PSR. And also last thing I would like to mention is that Sweden has a legislation actually on PSR.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sorry, could you briefly could you state your name, please?
Sorry, my name is Naila Glez, and president of Eurocadre.
Right. Thank you so much. All right.
Can I continue? Just a small question.
Well, I was going to move to the other side of the room, but yes, you can, and then we move to this side of the room.
It's about the Swedish legislation, because I'm quite familiar with that. Mm-hmm. And I like to ask Mr. Olson about that. How do you see that? Is you reform it 2015, and I think latest 2020 something, so föreskrift. I can't recall what's that in English. How do you see it has affected on national level, and do you see any reference on the EU level about reforming legislation? Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. We'll take one or two more questions on this side of the room, and then we'll take it back to the table. There must be questions on the left side of the room. Sir, please.
Well, thank you for your presentation. I have the feeling that in the directive, the issue of health of workers should be taken into account. There is a particular issue I'd like to come back to, addictions. You talked about it regarding the use of medications in the United States. I do not know whether any surveys have been conducted. In Europe, in France, we are the first consumers of psychotropic drugs. It's a real issue which is not managed enough for workers. I'm talking about drugs, medications. We might also talk about, drugs, like cocaine, in some sectors, like the banking sector, or addiction to alcohol. Could we also consider this within the European directive? Because the MEP was talking about the Draghi report, and this led to some reactions a few months ago. So there is a mental health issue. It's a real plague. And so these behaviors are really impacting negatively the health of workers.
Merci beaucoup. Okay. One last question there in the back, and then we'll take it back. We'll have a second round, so no worries. In the back there, please, on the right-hand side. Sonia, thank you. Many more questions from the right and from the left.
So in a context where work is
could you briefly say who you are, please?
My name is Tina Noire. I am a writer.
In a context in which employment policies are getting more and more flexible, precarious and where psychosocial risks have exploded, you have mental health, and these mental health have really increased a lot. That list has increased a lot. So how can we avoid, because this blurred border between psychosocial risks and psychological diseases, this might promote some exclusion. In Wallonia, you have the MMPP, where you already achieved something, but today we're talking about policies where some people have realized that there are more and more sick patients. So what are the causes for these sicknesses? Do you establish a link between the activation policies that may also explain why we have such so many long-term sick workers? So maybe we should also consider this. Thank you very much.
Grand merci, ma'am. We'll take it back to the table now, and then because I saw one or two more hands, no worries. We'll get back to you. We'll have a second round of questions. I would like to start with you, Stefan, if that's okay. There's a question about opening up or not opening up the framework directive. You brought it in. But also there's a question from a colleague from Sweden with regard to your, so take off your head of commission official, you become a Swede again for a moment. And then there's a few questions, Estelle, I think, directed at you. And let's see if Julia wants to intervene as well. So the colleague from EPSU asked about the Belgian legislation, including with regard to sexual orientation.
But also issues related to workers' health, mental diseases. How can we avoid any stigma?
But Stefan, if you would like to go first, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Maybe the explanation is that it's their left of the room. It's your right.
Ah, that's why. It's our right of the room. Yes, it's there.
So no, on the Swedish one, I can't say that I'm. It's with 27 member states, it's difficult to keep up. So I'm not absolutely sure about the results. I think what we can learn from the Swedish experience and for this issue, but also in general, is a very interesting combination of social partner action, government action, and funding. And this is something that I've always been saying in OSH, that we have been, the OSH community, labor inspectorates, have not been proactive enough in terms of accessing European funds. Because, and that's something I've been preaching a long time, because what we see in Sweden is what we saw in Sweden was a deal between employers, trade unions, and the government, that the government would supply training for counselors and training in companies and all of this, which alleviated the burden on the employers. And I think this is interesting because European funding could also be used, but it's very seldom used. It's much more used in the area of poverty, for example. So I think now we have a new MFF coming, but still, I think this is something we need to look at. How can we help the labor inspectorates? How can we work and get more funding into this area? On the issue, no, I mean, I take the point. You are asking for a specific directive, but sometimes when we have this discussion, I think it's important not to forget that the framework directive already, and the way we interpret it, is that it already covers health and safety. That is not an excuse of psychosocial risk, sorry. That is not an excuse not to do anything, but let's not have a discourse that means that we let the risk assessment off the hook. It's already there. Because otherwise we can produce another effect. So I think those were my but on the definition, the Working Party will work on this, and I think it will be very important to continue this year to develop our understanding, also to not create worries that this is going to be something unmanageable, but something rather concrete. And we have the Belgian experience. I think it's a very good starting point, but we need to see, because otherwise it's easy to shoot it down because it's something very difficult to implement. So I will sneak away in a few minutes, Bart. That's why I sometimes should not accept these commitments, because I think I'm still director, but then I'm called to all kinds of things. But
we're very happy that you took the challenge, despite the Berlaymont now calling. Now, since the Berlaymont is calling Stefan back, is there any final question that he absolutely needs to respond to? Yes, that's your final question, and then you can sneak away, Stefan. Thank you. I think it's all.
Thank you, Professor Aditya Jain from the University of Nottingham. Thank you for your interventions. But just a very quick question on how do you see the digitalization framework agreement, the social partner agreement on digitalization, related to this area? Because the 4 aspects that document covers cover all aspects of the psychosocial work environment. So if you could just reflect on that. Thank you.
I think the answer is and Estelle will surely have views on that, but no, I mean the digitalization is an important aspect, and I think the pandemic raised many issues that made it much more clear our challenge on psychosocial risk. But there are many other issues. You raised them, or for example in the bank. I mean, the whole work, the work pattern, the demands of globalization and producing higher and higher returns. I mean, many of these issues are not directly linked to digitalization, and also the way we treat each other with respect or not in the workplace, I would say. So digitalization is one aspect, but it will not cover the full aspect of psychosocial risks, not the way I see it as a manager and as an employee. So.
Thank you, Stefan, and thank you for being with us so generously as being Deputy Director General at DG Employment, and sneak away whenever that needs to be done. So we now go back to Estelle, si ça vous va. So there were a couple of questions with regard to the Belgian legislation.
The issue of addictions and the problem of mental health. First, regarding specific attention to be paid to some categories of workers when it comes to risks for them to face discrimination. I tend to say, well, in Belgian legislation, it's not the case, and this might even be counterproductive. Let me explain why. In Belgian legislation, so we have this psychosocial risk analysis and the action plan that needs to be drawn up. We look at the different groups, categories of workers. We analyze a workstation, and in this analysis, you have a strand related to sexual harassment and bullying. And there is also a definition for bullying and sexual harassment. And this is quite accurate, but also broad. And so for minorities, I would be tempted to say that it's better to work on the basis of discriminations. Are we talking about specific discriminations? And then we need to use all the tools we have regarding discriminations. It's even more precise than sexual harassment or psychosocial risks, where you need to intervene very quickly and apply sanctions. And the European DTUC worked this out. We used it at the level of the FGTB. It's called violentomètre, violent meter, and based upon different colors, so you could rank the different unacceptable behaviors. So you also have the awareness of raising approach when they develop that tool. So I'd rather recall to an array of tools to combat discriminations. But of course, Unfortunately, here, well, this should be updated, but unfortunately, my colleague from the Commission has just left us. But we would also want this directive to be updated in order to meet these problems you've raised regarding addictions. Well, here, once again, it's the chicken and the egg issue. Of course, these addiction issues need to be taken into account at the level of the workers. In Belgium, it's rather when someone has a health issue or a mental health issue, then that person may come back to work on a temporary basis. But here, so we want to work on psychosocial risks because some of these problems may lead to the development of addictions, using sleeping pills, consumption of alcohol. I think that this should not be put in the directive on psychosocial risks, but indeed we need to combat this suffering at work through better prevention of psychosocial risks. But we should not directly link the two, but if we work on this, so, and regarding what was said when it comes to the flexibility, the deterioration of working conditions, the activation policy, suffering at work, yes, of course, and there is a clear link. We talked a lot about competitiveness, but for many years, in many sectors, we've heard of productivity increases. Some systems have been introduced in order to make sure that workers need to be evaluated. You know, you have the merit-based systems where part of the remuneration is based upon the objectives that are being set. That's for the white-collar employees, while blue-collar employees need to achieve a greater productivity during their working time. And this has really increased work pressure at the workplace, and this might be even further reinforced. And in Belgium, you have the activation policies. And on top of this, in Belgium, so we will have measures that will oblige people to accept any job after a certain unemployment period. Otherwise, they won't get any unemployment benefits. So all this will put a pressure on the working condition, and we need to put an end to that catch-22 situation. So not only we'll have to work on the prevention of psychosocial risks, but also have to combat this activation policy. Thank you. Thank you very much, Estelle.
Now let's see. I saw a few more hands. We have a few more minutes before we break for lunch, and we still have Giulio and Estelle here for the next 10 minutes or so. Please, sir.
Thank you. I'll speak in French. So, my name is Pierre Gossens. I was a union representative for a long time.
Sorry.
Le micro
Est-ce qu'on peut...
doesn't function.
Ça marche, mais pas assez fort.
Ouais.
So my name is Pierre Gossens. For a long time, I was a union rep in a Belgian institution. I still cooperate a lot with the union delegation of that employer. So I've had a long lasting practical experience when it comes to the prevention of psychosocial risks. And I'd like to react to what you said regarding situation in Belgium. Well, on paper, we have a very concrete and well advanced piece of legislation, but in many places, we have to say that in practice, all this is sometimes circumvented by the employers. Of course, employers need to appoint a prevention advisor, but many other measures are being short-circuited. Well, these experts are being paid for by the employers, so they might be tempted to draft reports that will only go on the side of the the employer's wishes. And when measures are being put forward, well, the employer can take measures, but they do not have to really implement all the measures that are being promoted by these advisors. And in the health and safety committees, the employer has no obligation to take the employees' comments into account. So in practice, we realize that all this is being really short-circuited. So Belgium is certainly an example to be taken into account for the drafting of the directive, but it could also be used as an example when it comes to really avoiding some of the pitfalls we've had in Belgium, having real social dialogue really in this field of health and safety, having really independent prevention advices in order to avoid having any retaliations hitting workers. So we need to consider the legislation as it stands on paper, but also look at the way it is really being implemented.
For this hands-on intervention, which I will happily leave to Estelle. Now we have to wrap up soon. Let's see whether there are any final questions. I want to make a final call also if there are representatives of employers, organizations at the EU level, at the national level. We also would really like to hear your voices now or later during the day. So if you're out there and you would like to intervene, please, we hope that you can be part of this discussion again. Are there any final questions, comments, suggestions, or are we all getting hungry and in need of a break?
In that case,
juste réagir.
Et puis, and then I'll give Giulio also the floor for his very brief final statement.
Very briefly, Estelle, I am familiar with this regulation. Well, I wore two hats, I was in my role as a trade union representative and also as an employer, because I was responsible for more than 100 workers at level of the FGTB. So I know about its pros and cons. So I think that, well, this is a regulation that we need to keep, but we have to really try and make the best of that legislation, but also try to avoid its pitfalls. This is what we intend to do at the EU level.
Your final statement.
Yeah, I'll be very quick indeed, don't worry. I just wanted to pick up on the final comment we just heard from the floor, because this gave me some food for thought. It's all well and good having these laws which set out some rules, some serious rules, but we know that the laws can very often be circumvented, but to avoid any circumvention of a law, the law needs to be controlled. Its application needs to be controlled, whether this is done from the outside, externally. And in our resolution, we said we need to beef up inspections, beef up controls. Or also, you can have internal controls, but sometimes there's a conflict of interest. So these have to be bilateral controls, not unilateral controls, so that the company management and the workforce representatives are involved in these checks, these inspections. Because otherwise, it's quite clear. I'm not just talking about the Belgian legislation. I don't know it particularly well anyway, although I do appreciate that it has excellent intentions and good content. But as soon as you make a law, then people try to get around it. And we know that always happens. And then my final comment, I know people have spoken about dependencies and so on and so forth. Now, in our resolution, what we say is that this has to be taken into account. Now, it is true, it's a bit of a chicken and egg situation. You become dependent because the situation isn't a good one, or is the situation not a good one because there's a series of dependencies. But we feel that if there's a psychologist working alongside the workforce, then that helps these issues of dependency as well, because the workers say, well, okay, we welcome this assistance provided by an expert who can help us to create to overcome our issue. But prevention is supposed to stop dependencies even occurring, of course. And the same thing, I think, applies in terms of discrimination. I was the first person to mention discrimination. We believe that there is an issue, intersectional, a transversal, horizontal issue. And I do agree, therefore, that we need to have rules on discrimination. We need to have rules on psychosocial risks, but we can't ignore the fact that these risks have an impact on two groups of workers in particular: highly skilled workers at our top level, managers who are subject to a lot of pressure because they have to achieve results, they have a lot of responsibility. They fear that they're not going to be up to doing their job. And then the other group of victims, and primarily, are people who suffer in silence. Very often they can't do anything about this stress, and they are subject to this stress on a daily basis. So they're already disadvantaged before they even start. They have lots of fears. They're fearful of a new form of work organization. Their job might be at risk, and they're more exposed to these risks than others. They're already disadvantaged. They're already scared. They're already scared of the work organization, the way that is organized, because they're already excluded from the workforce by this form of work organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia. We've come to the end of this, what I found fascinating panel. And since Estelle said that she also likes to provoke a little bit, she also did so silently between the two of us, reminding me that, of course, I am also an employer. So thank you, Estelle, for bringing it in. I am a member of a trade union organization, and I am an employer, as Julia is an employer. And I want to confirm that the fact that we have this very strong Belgian legislation in place forces us also as employers to take psychosocial risks very seriously, because it happens in every single workplace, including at the European Trade Union Institute, and every single case is basically unacceptable. So I'm very happy that this legislation is in place, and we also see its pitfalls, and that cannot be an excuse, of course, not to take this initiative at EU level. So I would propose that we close here with the call that Esther Lynch made this morning, with all of those of us who are convinced and still need to be convinced. Let's work together towards a piece of EU legislation on preventing psychosocial risk. This having said, an important piece of information is that the lunch is taking place at the ground floor, so you'll take the elevator, or even better, the staircase downstairs, and we will reassess here at what time? At 2 p.m., so in an hour and a half. Thank you so much to the panelists, and thank you for all of you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I think we can start with our afternoon session. Yes, so welcome to the last panel of this conference, in which we will discuss two very important reports that has been or soon to be published by ETUI. And why they are important? Well, in the discussion at the round table, it has been mentioned already the costs of the exposure to psychosocial risks and the impact of it to the competitiveness, and how this can be a very good argument to the employers who are unfortunately not with us today. And the second one that also is an important argument is that many raise the issue that psychosocial risks are hard to define, and they're very vague and individual issues, and impossible to really regulate with legislation. And with that, we answer with our expertise from Aude Cefaliello, who will present her multi-annual extent report on how PSR are regulated at the national level with the legislation, jurisprudence, and collective agreements. So without further ado, I will give a floor to a primary investigator of the report on the cost of psychosocial risk exposure, Helen Sultan-Tayeb. Thank you. Thank you, Helen. I think those results are extremely important and striking, the results on the costs, but also the number of deaths that are attributable to psychosocial work exposure are much higher than the estimations of the workplace accidents. And I think that if we had numbers like this for workplace accidents or some physical exposure at workplace, the discussion would be much different than having those numbers with the psychosocial risks, which are largely misunderstood and invisible. What I took from your presentation, and what will actually smoothly lead to the second presentation, is this west-east gradient and country differences, and that just shows how unequal European workers are protected and are suffering with health, mental and physical health outcomes due to psychosocial work exposure. And I'm just wondering if we will find any evidence on what are the legislations at the national level, and what can Aude tell us about the protection of the workers and regulations in the topic of psychosocial risks. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia, and thank you to all of you. Maybe I need the clicker as well. So it's my pleasure to be here today to complete basically the background and all the picture that has been given in terms of facts, data since this morning. I will do my best to contribute with knowledge on national legislation on psychosocial risks at work, including also work-related stress and workplace bullying. Just a side note, I'm going, due to time constraint, present only national legislation. This is one part of a bigger report that will be published soon that cover also collective agreements and jurisprudence. As a side note for methodology, initially the data were gathered in 2021, and the legislation has been updated end of 2024, beginning 2025. And on this, I would like to thank my co-author who are present today, Savula Leka and Atita Jain. Before I go into the depth, I think in terms of facts, there is something that we need to all remember, and it's really important for the political discussion we have today about the need for a directive. And the thing is, we have the tendency, or some people have the tendency, to present psychosocial risks are new risks, are things that we don't know, that is recent, that we still don't understand, that is complex. Well, funny enough, the first time we have seen a mention of a PSR risk, not factor at the time, was actually in the Community Strategy on Health and Safety at Work, 1996-2000. It was almost 30 years ago, and it's an official document published by the Commission. At the time, we talked about the increase in the incidence of stress-induced health problem. What is more interesting is that in the strategic program that cover the period 2022-2026, there was an explicit recognition that changes in work organization have a profound effect on health at work, including stress, depression, violence, harassment, and intimidation, and that preventive measures were supposed to be taken to prevent the said social and emotional problem. And also, once again, better prevention on occupational diseases. That means that at the time, the Commission recognized explicitly the link between work organization, so factors, and the link with the risk and the individual effect on that on workers. Interestingly enough, for the framework that comes after, there was no such mention. Then we recognize that we need to have initiative to prevent violence and harassment, combating stress. We recognize the importance of stress. We recognize how much is basically increasing and growing in terms of concerns, but no more concerns or no more mention of the work organization. What I mean there is like something that now today we present as something new is not. We have known for years, and there is a narrative that has been rebuilt to complexify something that we have observed for a long time. Also, we have talked a lot about we talk about the other European directive. This is words that have been said since this morning, just as a matter of clarification. When we talk about the OSH legislative framework, there are 3 directives, and then there is the platform work directive I will come after, but there is 3 directives where we have words of either mental health or indeed stress. And they are the one on the protection of pregnant workers and workers breastfeeding, where we talk about indeed mental and physical fatigue. We talk about mental stress. In the directive on display screen equipment, we indeed talk as well about problem of mental stress that need to be addressed. And it's only in the directive transposing a sectorial framework agreement on sharp injury and hospitals in healthcare sector that we talk about indeed the necessity to prevent all risk, including psychosocial factors and work organization. These are not horizontal in the sense that they don't apply to, for the last one, once again, it's a sectorial one. And otherwise, they are quite specific one. We do not have, and we really need to have an individual directive, not only mentioning psychosocial risks, factors and risk, but also defining them and having explicit obligation. What is interesting though, in the terms of like, can we have wins? For example, this was a bit the discussion. Shall we consider that as a win? I think it's a step forward, not the end of the road. We have an article in the directive on platform work, which is interesting because it's the first article that links explicitly, just for platform work and for algorithmic management. Still, the general principle of prevention of the framework directive with the importance of assessing psychosocial risk and ergonomic risk, with the fact they talk about undue pressure, not putting workers under undue pressure, and really important at the end, they say that in the context of prevention of these risks, including violence harassment, they need to have effective reporting channels. It means that we have discussion about, once again, this topic, not satisfactory in the sense that this is not enough. We need more, but it means that the discussion keeps going on, and now we have recognition. Once again, very specific one. Just saying also, so I'm not going to enter into detail, but it has been said as well that the European Parliament has asked many times to have an individual directive, that politically this is requests that have been done for years. Also that there is an ETUI resolution adopted in 2024 in October saying that we need a European directive. Once again, this is a thing that has been said for years again and again. Also from an academic point of view, there is more and more evidence, and I think today is the actual illustration of that, there is a link that can be made between legislation and work-related stress. There is the cost of psychosocial risk. There is the fact that it impacts various sectors. There is the gender dimension. There is also the fact that psychosocial risk is an emergency for the new way of organizing work, including new technology, including telework. Like, this is relevant. This is everywhere, and this is important. And we know about it. So just saying, this is a clear case. Now, what we have as an opposition often is like, fine, national level. And you know what? It's complex. Can we actually have a legislation on it? Well, shall we see if we can? Answer is yes, we can. So we have evidence when it comes to psychosocial risk. Once again, the methodology here, we have asked or noticed when there is either a mention of the word psychosocial risk or when there is the mention of a psychosocial factor. So it was like broad. What we do see, is that in the legislation of 18 countries, there is a mention of the word psychosocial risk or a factor. Then in 7 countries, we have definition. When I mean definition, in 5 countries, we have a definition of actually what is psychosocial risks. In 2, we have the list of the factors that should be evaluated in the context of the evaluation. So it's list of factors and or definition. Yes. And in 16 countries, we have extra obligation for the employer related to either psychosocial risks factors altogether or just a factor. And the thing is, the obligation can be either having basically a talk with the worker, it can be having a plan, it can be having preventive mechanisms, it's various, but we have a trace of it. What we wanted to show here and what we want to emphasize is that it's possible to have a law tackling this. In some of the countries, there is actually a link between psychosocial factors and work-related stress and workplace bullying. There are legislation that makes a link between, once again, the neutral factor and the fact that if they are not taken into consideration correctly, they create a risk that need to be addressed with specific procedures. And this is possible, but the problem is, this is the good news, the problem is this is not the case in all countries, which means that today in Europe, if you're facing a similar work situation with a similar distress when it comes to exceeding long hours, when it comes to overloads of work, when it comes to intimidation or this kind of thing, not just stress, depending on where you are, the way it's going to be addressed is different. And this is not acceptable. When it comes to work-related stress, why it's also important? Because as a remember, since 2004, we have had a European framework agreement on work-related stress. And in 2007, we have one on workplace bullying and violence. And it has been said a lot that, having social dialogue at the European level could be enough on this topic. 2004. We are 20 years after the adoption of this framework agreement. As a notice, of course, the implementation didn't require law because it was a framework agreement. But still, if we look at the legislation, at the moment, in 15 countries, we have mention of work-related stress. In 2 countries, we have a definition. Only Italy take the one of the framework agreement from 2004. And in only 9 countries, we have additional obligation for the employer. This is the result after 20 years. This is not satisfactory. It means, however, that once again, this is a topic that is discussed. It means that this is possible to legislate, that there are initiatives, but we need harmonization. We need to have common standards. Similarly, when it comes to workplace bullying, things here is a bit different. Why? Because there is the question of harassment and workplace bullying. Harassment, we have a directive for discriminatory harassment, which is quite specific. And also, maybe here the numbers are different because we have also an ILO convention. So this is why the number are higher. What we notice, good things, is that in all member states, there are a mention of harassment in the legislation. However, in 10 countries, it's not linked with the OSH legislation, which means this is the result, most likely, of the implementation of the discriminatory directive. Showing also that when we have a directive, it works. Side note. And even with all of that, once again, with also the framework agreement, in only 10 countries, we have a definition of what is workplace bullying. And only in 15 countries, we have extra obligation. Once again, this extra obligation might be having a code of conduct. This obligation might be having a procedures in place. But it means that there is something going on. And this is extremely important. Once again, we cannot say that that legislation is not possible. We cannot say as well that the framework directive is enough when we see the data that we have with SNR. And we cannot say that a European intervention won't be necessary and won't be an added value. Because once again, why now? The protection is not the same. And also, side note, when you come a directive and people are saying that but there is something already done at the national level. We don't want to go back on what has been said, or we don't want to disturb it and all of this. As a side note, the amazing framework directive we have that is now presented as the cornerstone, and which is the cornerstone of the general principle of prevention and what we have. In the 70s, many countries started with the shift between quantitative and qualitative, basically, approach of OSH. There were already initiatives taken, but not in all countries. And as a result of the adoption of the framework directive, all member states had to revise a bit or a lot their legislation. And it's fine. And this is how now we have general principle of prevention. So, and same for the country who have well-developed legislation, they are not going to come back, like to have a fight back, like a step back on it. There is a provision in all directives in that it respects the national legislation. So we have to stop with this wrong fear created with the adoption of a directive. A directive will simply come with like a common ground for all workers in Europe. And this is what I wanted to say here in the analysis. Once again, that shows that it's possible to have legal provision, not only mentioning, which by the way is not enough, but also defining, and that it's also possible to have extra obligation for the employer on the basis of OSH legal framework dedicated to PSR factor and risks. Then what I want to say is also possible to have something like this, with the distinction between the psychosocial factor and then the effect, which is stress and workplace bullying. This is possible. We have example of that. Then I will say that indeed, at the moment, no one is perfect. We could all benefit, I think, of the directive, or at least a huge majority of countries. Thing is, psychosocial risk factor, at the moment what we see is that the definition and the factor assessed might be slightly different from one country to another, but we have a strong basis. We always talk a bit about the same thing, and I think that come back from one legislation to another. And that echo the conceptualization that we have heard this morning, that we have a common base. Even if there is differences between the national legislation, there is convergence. There is something that we can agree on. And this is extremely important. Similarly for work-related stress, even once again, if there was a framework agreement adopted, this is far from being satisfactory from the legislative point of view. Similarly for the workplace bullying, the things that are in place are not the same everywhere, but there is something happening. And I'm not going to talk about this today, but there is also something happening in terms of jurisprudence, in terms of collective agreement. There is action. There is a need. Now we need to address this need with a collective answer. Also, we can notice, already observe, now we're going to about the proof, but there is already like a paper published that presence of national legislation on work-related stress correlates with company reporting measures to prevent it. Also, countries with legal provision on psychosocial risk factor and workplace bullying tend to have a higher rate of enterprises implementing procedures to mitigate work-related stress, often with detailed obligation. So one comes with another. Usually when you embrace it, there is a bit of a virtuous effect. Also, existence of national legislation on workplace bullying correlate also with procedures on this. And adequate information on incorporation of psychosocial risk into risk assessment is reported more frequently in workplace where legislation address PSR, and it highlights the importance of a comprehensive legal framework. That was on the previous SNR. I'm pretty sure when we're going to do the same with the new one, it will validate that. And what also I want to say briefly is like when we say that we cannot have a one-size-fits-all, this is not the intention of a directive where we will detail the factors and all of this. What we say is like in every workplace, we need to discuss the workload. We need to discuss the autonomy. We need to discuss the interpersonal relations. And this, I think we can all agree that regardless of our job, regardless of the sector, these are things that exist everywhere. All we ask with a directive is that this is actually discussed. The answer to that, of course, it will depend on the workplaces, but it's important that it's discussed everywhere and that everywhere there are procedures in place in case of stress, in case of harassment. Because this is a reality, this is a possibility everywhere. Also, on the cultural differences, this is really important. If we would have kept this, we would have never had a directive on sexual harassment or discriminatory harassment. Because what could be considered as sexual harassment in one country or another might be different. Does it stop us from having like a global and collective protection? No. Similarly, a different tradition of what is stress, what is excessive workload, shouldn't prevent us from having the discussion everywhere and having protection in place if it happens. Also, when we say that there is high number in countries where there are legislation, it doesn't mean it doesn't work. It means that at first, once again, there is the visibility of the phenomenon, then will lead to prevention, then will lead to reduction. If we make a parallel, it's like at the moment where we recognize rape, harassment, maybe we notice an increase in the numbers. It doesn't mean it didn't work. It means that there was a need for protection because society didn't protect these people. And then we address the phenomenon. So let's not take shortcuts. And as a conclusion, I want to say that I think with all of what we have seen today, we are showing the cost of PSR. We are showing the link with the new form of work with PSR in all sectors. We show that this is an emergency and a reality everywhere. We show that this is a possibility. I think we're making an extremely strong case also underlying that this is a problem that existed for decades, that we have tried other things, we have tried campaignings, we have tried framework agreements. And then I'm saying that doesn't work. I say we need another tool to give materiality to this. And the tool we need is an individual directive. We have been waiting and the numbers put us in a situation of emergency. So yes, on that note, thank you for your attention and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Odd. As always, fantastic presentation. I will open now a floor to questions from the audience. And while we wait for people to reflect on those two amazing presentations, I'm very happy that we kind of started the conference saying that we need to clarify the definition and the taxonomy of what psychosocial risks are, and we also finish it with a direct talking about legislation and how it needs a definition. I see one hand up, and then in the back, 2 hands. We are going. Yeah, please. We're going to maybe take those 2 questions. If anyone has more questions, then please raise your hand. We're going to collect the questions and then give a floor. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Thank you, Helene and Odd, for the presentations. I have a question for both of you. First, I think to Helene, you obviously explained the methodology on how the attributable fractions are calculated, attributable to the psychosocial risk factors that you have used in the study. But if you are speaking from a skeptical individual's point of view, how confident can we be of that? Because often, as we've heard during the day, and we know in general policy debates, these issues are individual related. They are not work related. So if you can just elaborate a bit on that, and how do we address how do we convince the skeptics that this evidence actually is real scientific evidence? And then related to that, from a legal perspective, we obviously look at data and evidence from a legal standpoint in many areas. We seem to have different standards of what we constitute as acceptable evidence in different areas. And it seems always that in OSH, we seem to want much higher evidence than we want to support, for example, for things that are politically high priority, like security. That's understandable, but the evidence standard is not the same. And that's quite clear, and there's lots written about this. So if you can just link that to come back to that point as well, what are the standards and how can that evidence link to maybe creating a clear basis for a potential directive, as you've explained? Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. There were 2 questions in the back.
Thanks again for your presentations. My question is to Dr. Cefajielo. So that's in relation to, I know that this morning we mentioned the peer reviews that took place in 2019 and 2024 to some of us.
Ivan, can you
here in the room
up maybe?
A bit, yeah.
Now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was mentioning about the peer reviews that took place in 2019 and 2024 to which some of us contributed to here in the room. But in parallel, there is also another review of the practical implementation of the 24 EU OSH directives. So I was wondering if you are somehow optimistic that that review will have like a strong component on PSR.
There was one more question in the back.
I wish to ask a question to each of the speakers very shortly. For the first speaker, your figures are indeed correct and really worrying because there are really a huge amount of victims. Nevertheless, I would like to challenge your ILL variable. It was years lost. My point is that even passive status contribute actively to competitiveness. They are consumers. They consume. And so I don't know if you could really use that variable, years lost, because they participate to, you wouldn't have companies without those passive people. It's the case here in Belgium for the moment. I don't think that the effect on competitiveness will be good. See, this was the first question. The second question was for the last speaker. Thank you very much. And you are really very motivated, and you expressed your faith in national legislation. Indeed, there are a lot of things which work. Nevertheless, are you sure that supranational bodies respect those national regulations? So those who you are asking to legislate, are you sure they themselves accept their own rules?
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Yes, please.
Well, regarding those two interventions, I was really struck by the fact that if you look at on the one hand, you have the percentage of statistics per country, and on the other hand, you see the progress achieved in different countries. One of the countries that has progressed a lot in terms of legislation, Belgium, is one where the percentage of psychosocial risks is one of the highest, which shows that legislation is not maybe always necessary, but you also need to check whether it's properly implemented if you want this legislation to be effective. And yeah, for labor inspectors here play an important role. And unfortunately, they do not have enough means for the time being. The second reflection I wanted to share is related to the costs of those diseases. For the time being, that cost is mainly borne by all employers in general and not by the employer that exposed the worker to that risk in particular. So one way of pushing employers to take appropriate preventive measures might be to really register these diseases due to psychosocial risks on the list of European diseases, because if the employers have to pay for the consequences, they might be more likely to take appropriate preventive measures.
Thank you for all the questions. If there are no more questions from the room, I will have one question for Helen. You mentioned a lot of country differences, but I also wondered if you have any data that show differences by gender or maybe by age in terms of the exposure and in terms of the costs and numbers of deaths due to exposure to psychosocial risks. And for Odd, I have a bit of a question. I'm just curious because I have no legal background, and I saw that a lot of in a lot of countries you have more countries that have legal obligations than definitions. Is that a normal case? And how can you have legal obligations without definitions?
You want to start or? Yeah. Oli.
Should I answer all the questions? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much for these questions. It's wonderful to have the opportunity to answer to these very interesting questions. Yeah. How confident are we? That's a very good question. Thank you. Okay. You see, we calculated attributable fractions. To calculate, I didn't have time for methodology, but to calculate attributable fractions, we used data from the European Working Conditions Survey, Eurofound, and we used relative risk estimates from the literature from a meta-analysis. So these data are very robust and very robust. We can be quite confident about that. And also what is really important, as I mentioned before, is that relative risk estimate allow to distinguish what is related to other types of psychosocial exposures and psychosocial work exposures, because relative risk estimates is a ratio between the probability to develop the disease when you're exposed to a psychosocial work exposure divided by the probability to develop the disease when you're not exposed to psychosocial work exposures. So the calculation makes it possible to disentangle the different types of psychosocial exposures. So this is about attributable fractions. For the burden in number of cases, number of deaths, years of life lost, we multiplied the fraction, the percentage, by the number of depression or cases which were derived from WHO databases. So we are very confident about that. Regarding the cost, the question was much more difficult for the cost because we didn't have data for all countries. So we had to elaborate extrapolations based on the same type of calculation. But of course, this is maybe less robust than the two others. This is related to data availability, unfortunately. Regarding years of life lost, in fact, how did we calculate the cost of years of life lost? It's quite. I mean, it's a method that is very widely used in the literature. We know the age or the age class for each death in WHO databases, and we can estimate the number of years lost for each death by taking into account the age at the time of death and the average life expectancy to make the difference. So it's quite easy to calculate the number of years lost because of this death depending on the age. And then we added all years of life lost due to death, and this gave the total number. It's a burden for society. We used a societal perspective, which takes into account the perspective of employers, workers, and social security system. And it's really important to take into account that a year of life lost means a loss in not only in production but also in consumption. We didn't take into account age until pension. Retirement age. Thank you. Retirement age, but until life expectancy, because we consider that during retirement period we participate to society by consuming, by etc. So this is why we took life expectancy instead of retirement age. The question about the countries shown by odd where there are legislations as compared to the countries where the costs are higher, the highest in my presentation. It's really important, and of course I think Odd has some answers for that, but I'd like to say that we cannot compare this like this, because the most appropriate way to do it would be to compare the cost before the legislation and then after a certain period of time after the legislation, and see if we can attribute the evolution of cost or burden to this to the presence at the existing legislation. And as a matter of fact, if we want to do it as the medical paradigm that Stavroula mentioned this morning, we should have a control group, which doesn't exist. So it's really difficult to put side by side the two maps, the map by Odd and my maps, because this couldn't lead to conclusions. In fact, we can very simply ask ourselves, how would it be if there wasn't any legislation? We don't know. And then, yes, who bears the cost? In fact, when we look at the cost of presenteeism and absenteeism, we can consider that the employers who expose their workers to these psychosocial risks are the ones who encounter absences and presenteeism from these employees. So, as a matter of fact, in these charts, the burden borne by employers are the burden borne by employers who expose their workers, because they have like a loss in production, in productivity in their own enterprise. So in a certain way, we can consider that there should be an incentive to invest in preventive measures, because these absenteeism and presenteeism costs are a heavy burden for these employers. Regarding gender, it's a very good question. I didn't have time to mention it, so thank you, Sonia. Gender. Our results are not very conclusive about gender differences because of data availability. We wanted to have a gender-based approach, but it was difficult because first, the prevalence of exposure to psychosocial risks in surveys could be proved to be more gender sensitive. For example, it was not possible to measure more specifically sexual harassment. And we know that women are more exposed to sexual harassment than men, of course. We didn't include in our risk factors, work-life conflict, which also is more relevant for women. And also organizational injustice. We talked about discrimination this morning and intersectionality. It would have been very interesting to include organizational injustice and discrimination in the assessment of exposure, of prevalence of exposure. And this maybe would have given different results for the difference between men and women. Second, we couldn't take into account the differences between men and women regarding relative risks, that is, the risk to develop the disease when you're exposed as compared as the risk to develop when you're not exposed, because in the literature, relative risks are not different from men and women, either because it was not studied in the study, or because it was not significant, but this may be due to a lack of statistical power. So relative risk estimates were not gender sensitive. And cost estimates were not gender sensitive either, because we had only data about cost per case for men and women without differences, although we know that there are differences. For example, for cardiovascular disease, we know that the cost per case for men is higher than for women. So it's more like a limitation of the study. Thank you.
So thank you for all of your questions. I think I will try to bring them all together. So the first one about the evidence standards and also about the review and all of this, I think, and also a bit about the legal basis on top of that. We need to remember that when it comes to OSH, this is a shared competence, which means that the EU can take action when there is a need in a proportional manner. And this has existed since the Single European Act. This is in the treaty for a long time, and we have a lot of directive, and we have had a lot of directives. And the treaty hasn't changed, so we still have the possibility to do it. What's changed is the bit of the political background and then what was expected to start a legislative initiatives. And so here we see a clear shift as of 2002, the first one with the Prodi Commission and then Barroso, which means that under the Delors Commission, adoption of legislation was seen as a good option and maybe sometimes as a first option. And this is why we have a lot of individual directives. When we started with Prodi and especially with Barroso Commission, they saw additional directive and legislation as a burden for competitivity. And that was also the big moment politically in also some national states of cutting the red tapes. And then we started to have this better regulation, refit, one in, one out, that we still have a bit, where now we have to prove that basically having a legislation would basically cost less than not having one. Or something like that there is an added economic value of having a directive. Not only that there is a need, like we have a lack of protection, but also we have to put numbers next to it. And this is where we start to have also complicated, I think, discourse when it comes to OSH. So now we have to bring data showing that, yes, it costs economically to people, to the society, not to have protection. And yes, we have to enter this into details now and bring this huge amount of evidence and even yet to show that this is possible and this is required. And also we had in all of this context of refit and all of this, the attempt to reduce the OSH legal framework. That failed, I have to say. So the framework we have with the individual directive, even under close scrutiny, remained because it was proven that there is a need to have the structure as we have. And it even, I won't say backfire, but there is even one of the conclusions, I think for one of them was actually saying that there is a gap when it comes to psychosocial risks and mental health. So I think on this, once again, it just contribute to the evidence that we need to have a directive and that the framework we have as it is strong. And we will fight to keep it as it is and even expand it. So I don't know if it answers the questions. Also for the person saying that I have faith in national legislation. I don't know if I have faith in it, but I can observe that it exists. And I believe that there is a need for a directive. This is quite different. And if you ask me, basically, if this is already enforced in the European Parliament or the Commission, that I don't know, because I'm not working there. But I can tell you that ETUC and ETUI, as Belgium employer, do a risk assessment and we have a person of trust. This is all I can say. And regarding the Belgium legislation transition, when it comes to the number, I think, first of all, that there are discussions about revision and actually trying to improve it. And it's not because we have factors and there is a great risk assessment that it means that we have adequate procedures in place when there is a problem. And actually, person of trust and the prevention advisor, they can only advise, but they cannot constrain. The only people that can constrain is the labor inspectorate, and sadly, they are understaffed. So I think here it also bounced back in one of the men that there is macro dimension. And also, if we want to look at Belgium, then sorry, just brief mention, but let's look at the reform at the national legislation on the labor market and maybe consider how it has impacted also PSR in that matter, especially in public services and austerity and how it cuts resources. So this is a bigger thing, but it doesn't mean that the legislation is not good. I mean, this is not the numbers. This is not what it means. And I think once again, then we should compare what would be the situation without it then? And I think it will be way worse. This is the belief that I have. And then about the question of how it is possible to have more obligation than definition, because in some countries, for example, the obligation of an employer to act if there is a worker in a situation of overload, workload, like extreme workload. But there is no definition. There is no mention of PSR. There is just this extra obligation when it comes to a factor. So this is how it can happen and how it's justified in the mapping. And with this, I think in a record time, I addressed everything. And if not, please come talk to me during the coffee break.
Thank you very much. I think, yes, we're going to have a 15-minute coffee break, and then we're going to have a fantastic conclusion session, very interactive and engaging all of you, I hope, with the discussion. So please, let's meet here at 3:30 back in the room. Thank you.
Colleagues, I propose you grab a seat if you don't have one yet. We've arrived sharply on time and a bit hotter than this morning at the final panel for the conclusions. What I suggest is that each of the speakers here share their final takeaway messages from this event, very briefly, 2-3 minutes each. Except for Naila, since we haven't heard you yet, you get 5 minutes. If you want. And then we've asked a few colleagues in the room to share with us also their maximum 1 minute final takeaway message. What do they take home from this event? And then we will end at 4:00 sharp. Okay, so we will start with Stavroula. Okay. Your wrap up, your takeaway message from this conference, please.
Okay. Well, it has been a pleasure to be here once more. And thanks to all of you who stayed with us. So my takeaway messages are the following. First, a lot of knowledge exists on psychosocial risks at work. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. Okay? We do not need to enter this debates of do we know enough in this area, because we do know enough. There is a lot of high quality evidence in this area. We know what psychosocial risks are. We know what the impact they have, not only on health and well-being and safety, but also on organizational performance and on society as well, and we know that they have a huge cost. We also know that there has been a lot of action, both at the policy level and in terms of practices in different countries that we can learn from. A bit of a point that we have to work on, I think still, is how that knowledge is translated into the language and the arguments that we use in policy making and in practice. Because if there was one thing that it was quite obvious from this day to day, is that unfortunately still this knowledge is not in everybody's minds, meaning that there is still a little bit of confusion when we talk about key issues in this area. And if there is this confusion that is being translated into our arguments, especially when it comes to the development of legislation, a directive on psychosocial risks, I don't think we will get there, unfortunately. So my takeaway message is we need to ensure that everybody is clear, okay, about the knowledge that exists, about the terms that we use, and the language that we use around this area. And more specifically, we need to be clear, for example, that stress, mental health, burnout are not psychosocial risks. They're outcomes of exposure to psychosocial risks. And we need then to build the arguments on the development of a directive in this way. We need to have very, very clear messages. So I think that is extremely important going forward. And I hope that with the work that we've presented here today, we can help with that, because this knowledge is condensed in this report, but it needs to be distilled into tools that will be useful for all of you in your everyday work and in any policy debate going forward. And for that policy debate, I would also like to say that the message has to be clear that dealing with issues in isolation does not make sense. Because many times, I will get a phone call from an MEP in the parliament and they will say, oh, I really want you to come and talk about depression, which is great. I mean, I can talk about depression. This is my line of work. And depression at work. And I said, but why do you choose depression? Why don't you talk about psychosocial risks? If you really want to prevent, you need to go a step further, a step back. And no, but depression, it's something that attracts attention more easily. I would say that if we want to win, the debate, we need to stick with the argument that we need a directive on psychosocial risk and not on individual issues, such as depression, such as mental health, such as bullying, etc.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much, Stavrola. A lot of high quality knowledge is out there, and we all need to speak the same language. Those are two things I wrote down. I want to pass it on now to Naila. We have heard you a little bit from the back, but now you have the front seat. So please, 5 minutes max.
Thank you, Mark. Does this work? Yeah. First, I would like to thank ETUI for organizing such very important event. It's going to be a bit difficult to summarize all these discussions in 5 minutes, but I would like to point out 3 important points. The first one, and it was just mentioned by Stavrola, but I would like to insist on it, is on definitions. So, colleagues, we need to talk the same language. We need to have a understandable and clear communication when we talk about psychosocial risks. And also, why I insist on this, because also I heard what Stefan Olsson said this morning. So mixing up things, talking about algorithmic management, talking about digitalization, talking about telework, talking about right to disconnect. So we heard all this morning. So this is why it is important as trade unions, as a movement, that we talk the same language and we are very clear in our communication. Because this is what the employers want, is like to have mentioning of PSR somewhere here and there, just like it's mentioned in the platform directive. I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but this is definitely not enough. So we want a directive on psychosocial risk, and we don't want something vague. We want something very precise, very clear. The second thing I would like to mention, and this because on few occasions today we have heard about the management, the toxic management, and the middle management, etc. And here, as representatives of professionals and managers, I would like to highlight the fact that the responsibility is on the employers and not the managers. And this is very important because in many occasions we have seen that the employers are trying to put the blame on this category of worker, and this is definitely not acceptable. So it is their responsibility and nobody else. And this is why also when we call for a directive, we call for training for supervisory workers. This is very important because, of course, it is not I never said that it is an easy topic to deal with, and it is important for us that they get trained on this. But it is not their responsibility to ensure health and safety at in the workplace. The third thing. So where are we now? And this is important for us as a trade union. We have a lot of evidence. We have a lot of studies. We have seen the costs. We have seen the definitions. We have seen the national legislation, the jurisprudence. So we consider now that we are in the negotiation phase. We are not anymore in proving the evidence phase. So, and this should be clear for all of us as a movement, because otherwise we can still spend like 10 more years trying to find evidence. And I think Odd mentioned it very clearly today. And then what? What should we prove again? What costs should we put next to what? So this is why we should go now discussing with the Commission and the employers as a negotiation and not as proving the necessity or not of a EU directive. Also, I mean, in this term of at the EU level, we hear two words: competitiveness and simplification. These are the only two words that we hear every day from the Commission and, of course, from the employers. So, yes, workplace absenteeism is directly linked to the cost of psychosocial risk. We have seen this this afternoon, and this is harmful for competitiveness. We need to continue saying this. And also, when it comes simplifications, we have seen that many member states have legislations that are very different. Some mention psychosocial risks, others have measures, etc. So simplification means harmonization as well, having minimum standards for everyone. So these arguments, we can still use them. So what I would say is that we need to be very strong in our message as a movement. Now also we know that we have record employment rates in Europe. So it is also the opportunity to talk about quality jobs, to talk about attractive wages, to talk about re- and upskilling, to talk about health and safety at work. So they try to tell us that it is the opposite, while at the economic, we can see that we have a lot of employment. So we're reaching records. So it's time now to improve health and safety at work. And I would finish by say, I think Hélène mentioned this. So my last word will be, it's time to take action now. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And the evidence has been gathered, and now it's time for action. I think that's what I want to remember from your talk, and maybe also just echo what the two of you have mentioned. So the fact that we now have the report here from the two colleagues, but also the report from Helene and her colleagues, which we discussed with the rapporteur in the European Parliament, who was here with 4 of her team. A copy of your report was picked up by Stefan Olsson, who is bringing it home to the European Commission. I know that discreetly a few employers' representatives were in the room here today, so we're already setting the agenda. And I'm happy to do that also in the presence now of Mark Sapir, who is the former Director General of at the ETUI, and still for us, I think, Mr. Occupational Health and Safety in Europe. So happy to continue your work, Mark. Okay, we pass it on now to Aditya. Please, your wrap-up of this event.
Thank you, Brett. Again, thank you, colleagues, for your your attendance today and for your questions. And I think I would echo what my colleagues have already said. But I'd like to just quickly pose a few questions and quickly answer them. We've heard today that if it is possible to have a directive in the area, we've heard it is. We've heard why it is possible, and I won't go into the details. I think that debate is settled. The question then I think comes out is, if there is going to be a directive, will there be more obligations for employers? Will it be manageable for them? And I think what we often overlook is when you look at we look at the negative aspects of technology, we sometimes overlook the positive side. Technology today allows us to do things around risk assessment, for example, which we could not do before. We can make risk assessment much better, and that can really help improve the tools available for organizations to carry out risk assessment for psychosocial hazards, connecting it to the kind of data that Helene presented around calculating attributable factors, calculating the cost for the employers of inaction, which is dynamic, not just reactive. So that's possible. And I think a directive can allow that to happen across the board, not just for employers who invest in it. So I think it creates a level playing field, not just from the point of setting minimum standards, but actually helping organizations to be competitive. We hear competitiveness all the time. Europe is not the only place where law is being implemented. We've heard examples from member states but a lot of countries outside of Europe are implementing law. We heard about Australia today. We know about provinces in Canada that are trying to implement law. Japan has law. There are other countries in the world. But what's interesting is Latin American countries are introducing law. Already some have established laws. Now, Latin America does not have the resources Europe has. Latin America doesn't have the same development of social policy that Europe has. But they are taking action because they know it is linked to competitiveness. And I think that's an important point to remember. And finally, just to sort of talk a bit about what is will it solve the problem? Is it worth spending time in developing a directive? Again, we've heard today, no, it's not going to solve all the problems. Having a law does not address or make every company or every employer take action, but it makes most employers take action. And I think that is fundamentally important because as it's not just about having a law, it sets the space. And I know Demi was saying this to me earlier as well. It exists. And I think what I would like to reflect on, and I think leave and end with this is when you look at the history of legislation in relation to health and safety, and we did a project in the focused on the UK. I don't come from Europe, but I've lived in Europe for a long time. I believe in the values because they are values which are looking at advancing humanity the way I at least see it. So values matter. And I think most social policy is about making life better for everybody. And I think OSH law is a very good, if you look at it across time, so across 500 years of history in the UK, most law happened, but it happened after a major accident. It was reactive. And there's always been call for being proactive. There's always been the call for deregulation, better regulation, and so on. But employers have, once the law has been there, have it stayed. It has not gone, as Odd mentioned as well, in Europe. So most employers want law. They want good law, but they are not against law. So I don't think employers are against it. And I think having a law and having a directive supports employers who actually want to take action because they don't want to be undercut by competitors who have lower standards. And I think, again, that we are only helping employers. So I think that is a key point to remember. So I think that's where I leave it at. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Aditya. At this moment, I would need a microphone. Is there still a microphone somewhere around in this room? Thank you. Oops. Dominique and the microphone are following me. Thank you, Dominique. Okay, so in order for all of us to stay awake during the last 9 minutes or so of this event, we've asked some colleagues in the room whether they want to share a final statement with us. Very brief, less than a minute. If not, your microphone is automatically switched off. That's what happens. And then, of course, we'll give the final word to Demi, as it should be the case. So first of all, I think that Luana, where is Luana? You're still over there. Our colleague from EPSU wanted to share a final statement. Is there a second microphone that can be handed out? If not, yes. Thank you, Sonia. So Luana, your final word, less than a minute.
Well, thank you. Thank you for this whole day. It was very enlightening.
Sorry, could you hold the microphone
okay.
closer?
Sorry. First, thank you for this whole conference. It was very enlightening. I think that what I will remember the most is how structural psychosocial risks are. And I really appreciated that we talked about the outcomes of it, like coronary heart disease, depression, but we took it from the root, which are psychosocial risks. It is a shame that employers were absent, but I think that we really put into light that managing psychosocial risks is indeed costly, but so are psychosocial risks in themselves. And if preserving workers' health is not a good reason enough to work on the matter, then the costs that are related to psychosocial risks must be. I would like to express my gratitude for the policymakers who came and who were very concerned about the need for a directive. And also, I noticed that I think it's not a casualty that we talk about psychosocial risks today, as they really mirror broader challenges such as gender inequality, digitalization, and AI. So yeah, it's very fundamental to talk about it right now. And lastly, I'd say that in a time period where austerity, competitiveness, simplification, and defense are keys, the EU, considering her competencies, still has a lot to do about psychosocial risks. First, from an ethical perspective, because we're talking about people's lives, but also in order to maximize the competitiveness that is so dear to the institutions. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luana, for your intervention. Now, since I'm here in the back of the room, I've noticed a colleague of mine here, Tony. Tony and I happen to be not only colleagues at the ETUI, but we're both in the ETUI's Health and Safety Committee. And I can guarantee that he is not appointed by his employer, but he's elected by the workers at the ETUI. And I think you wanted to share a message with us. Tony, parole est à toi.
Yes, thank you very much, Bart, and thank you very much to all speakers for your input in this important conference. 2 points from my side. The first one, I would like to build on what Aditya said, and that also the colleague from EU OSHA. We need to remember one of the main question in the ESNA study. And the question is, what makes you act? And the answer is legislation. That makes, real acting for employers. And that's very, very, very important to remember. My second point, what's next? And I think that in the Institute, with all the colleagues in the trade unions, we have enough knowledge to be proactive and to try to think about the building blocks of this directive that we want. Let's be proactive. Let's write that directive and propose it to the Commission. So that would be my point. Thank you.
Okay. Merci, Tony.
We now give the floor to Jean-Michel, who is still here.
I'll just share you while the microphone is approaching. Thank you, Sonia. Just want to share what I picked up during Xavier's intervention. So I wrote down, but you'll correct me if I made a mistake, Aude. I wrote down that of all the companies who have a psychosocial risk measurement, who have psychosocial risk prevention measures in place, only half of them involve employees, 55%, he mentioned. And these are, of course, the good pupils, because they're the employers that have a policy in place. And then to make it worse, I also wrote down, the share of employee involvement in these companies has decreased from before COVID until now. And then to be very pessimistic for a moment, often health and safety representatives, unlike Tony over there, are indeed nominated by their employers and are not elected by their colleagues. Now, this is, of course, linked to national legislation, etc., so I don't want to make it dramatic, but these, I think, were some of the key elements that I would like to take home. But I spoke too much.
Yes.
Jean-Michel, la parole est à vous.
Oui, moi, in France.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for organizing this event during this highly symbolic day for all of us as workers' representatives. Thank you also for convening high-quality speakers. So psychosocial risks, it's a huge topic, a wide topic. And today's session has really allowed us to clarify a number of things. And it has provided us with concrete elements. Let me highlight 3 things. First, everything should be based also on prevention, risk prevention. This is extremely important. Also, it was said that there is a need to define things properly. Someone said, if you don't call things by the right name, it contributes to evil in this world. In order to combat a number of things, we need to define them properly to make it clear to all of you and all of us. And in all the presentations, I saw that, we had a lot of discrepancies in between the countries. And And so, therefore, indeed, there is an absolute need for such a directive so that all EU employees can really be treated in the same way. So there should be a basic legislation in order to combat the psychosocial risks. And also, when it comes to the future, because working sphere is evolving so fast when you see how AI has really emerged at the workplace. So it's really essential to have such tools. Thank you.
Un grand merci, Jean-Michel, also for having brought in during the day your perspective, your experience in the Renault Works Council, as you explained. Now, Sonia, our colleague from Unit 3, we all know that she did an amazing job for organizing this event. And so I would also, of course, like to give you the floor, Sonia, for your final takeaway message, please. And then we bring it back to the stage, except, and you can, that's your 30 seconds to think about it, if there are any two hands interventions of anybody who would still like to contribute. Sonia, please.
Thank you.
Yes, it's all.
Thank you, Bart. Yes, I am a occupational psychologist by training, and I joined ETUI about 1.5 years ago, and I started working in occupational health and safety area, looking at how much and how many different occupational hazards there are at the workplaces. And historically, we had a different type of jobs that workplaces were more physically dangerous, I think. And that's where the European directive came into force, and the European daughter directives came into force to define and give a legal obligation to workers on how to prevent this physical type of occupational hazards. And we see that it works because the workplaces are safer physically, and there are less workplace accidents that we had in the previous time. So for me, as a psychologist, I do not understand why psychosocial hazards, which are a type of occupational hazard, should be treated any differently. And that is my main message. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sonia. Now, before we bring it back to to Demi, is there anybody who needs to say something at this point, just to be sure? Because we don't want you to go home with something that really needed to be said. If it's not the case, then please, Demi, bring us home.
I have
after the event.
to add. We know that the work-related psychosocial risks are real, are serious, and they are widespread. The good news is that we know where they come from and how to deal with them. So I very much want to echo what Naila said. We now have to enter the discussion, not whether we will have a dedicated directive, but how this should exactly look like, and use this discussion to clarify the different terminology we need to clarify in order to be effective. With this, I want to thank you all. I want a special thank for Sonia and for Odd, Sonia didn't even not only organize, but also conceived the whole program. So it's more than organizing it. A big thank to Dominique and to all of you. An important message to all of you. You have to bring this back before you go. Have a nice day, and thank you all.